I think that was... Yep, that's everybody.
Must not have been important if I can't remember.
Everyone's together. How's everyone doing?
Good. I got pizza this time.
Hell yeah. How early did you have to wake up, Earth, to go to work on the weekend?
Not super early. I had to go in at 12.
Okay, that's
That's
what we were
good.
hoping, is it was like a half day
Right.
for you.
Not like suddenly, hey, wake up at 7 a.m. and go to work.
They tried. They tried to get me, and I was like,
No.
nah. If you had sent me home early last night, maybe I would have been willing to, but nah. First
Right.
time they were trying to go 7 or 8, I was like,
No.
and they were like 12. I was like, okay, maybe. The only reason I even considered it is because I took Wednesday off because my sinuses got fucked up. I was like, I can make up some hours. Otherwise, I'd have told them straight out, no, I don't like working the weekends.
Mine revolted on me this week too. I was out yesterday, but...
Really? I was feeling fine, sorry.
you.
It must be nice not to be assaulted by the sexual whatever pollen of trees and plants.
Oh,
Funny
that's
you
weird.
should say that. There actually
Eric
is an
suddenly
anime
just
about that.
thinks intelligence. What's up with that?
I don't know what happened to him.
Joke's on you, I have a backup.
Actually, I was thinking of this. Hibisia works for Titania. Does that mean Hibisia was at the dance? For the ball?
Ken
I
is literally...
completely
Oh,
forgot
actually,
about
hold
that.
on. Because I did think about this, and I don't think anyone who is in the party now met
Knew him.
Hibisia.
Ken
Ken ran Artoria.
Yep, I was Artoria at the time.
There's
Ken
no
was
one in the
dead.
party that knew Hibisia.
Didn't
Everyone
Ken
else-
go to the astral plane?
I guess, okay, so Ken...
I can't remember the timeline.
Oh,
It's so
yeah.
hard.
No,
This
it
is
was.
what you get,
it was. Okay,
Kane.
no, so Ken would have recognized him. Yeah,
Yeah,
but he wasn't.
no,
He
'cause
wasn't at
that
the gala.
was- Yeah, that was after Aerith died the first time.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Great.
so yeah, Ken would have met Hibisia briefly.
I think that was where I ended up too, and then I just landed on Hibisia wasn't there, so it didn't really. None of you recognized him as being there, but you are right. He was definitely one of Titania's agents, and one of the more trusted one, as he bore the shawl of the Summer Court. But anyway, all of that aside, I'm sure it's not a problem or
It's
won't have any sort
fine.
of ongoing repercussions in the game.
Nah.
Talking about repercussions, guys, last game
No.
was so awesome. Should be studied as a case study for like how absurd probability can go sometimes, where you just shouldn't have rolled that well.
It worked. Absolutely not.
That was really well. That was really well done. And as a quick recap, I'll go ahead and kind of like blow through it since it was a quick session. We picked up with us running around Astrozalian, you guys heading over to Faklukan Academy before heading to the Golden Pond that evening for dinner. Well, at the academy, Ken and Nick spoke with one of the professors there, while Aerith went in to go and investigate their library. Mia snuck off with Oni. They found a couple swings and enjoyed their afternoon, evening before dinner. Aerith was able to find a few books of 5th level magic, but anything higher level would have required a professor's sponsorship, essentially, to get him access into the higher level tiers of magic. Meanwhile, Ken and Nick spoke with the professor out front about the problems with Archfey and their true sight, illusory magic, and the performing arts. Nicholas proposed a gift to give to Tanya of a looking glass that could potentially negate her true sight. Well, let's see. No, I guess that was the end of my sentence there. After that, you all headed down to the Golden Pond, where you met up with Bastille and Harrow, who were waiting for you for dinner. They had brought with them a young elven woman with green hair as a guest, and didn't really introduce you at first, but given a short 10-minute grace prayer by Nicholas and a mental link cast between all of you, except for Cliff, who had been invited, but,
Poor
well,
Cliff.
they could only catch 8 people, so poor Cliff. You all had your pre-heist briefing with Melody, who had managed to follow Titania as one of her servants down into the vault area. Not into the vault itself, but at least up into the point where she could see it, giving you guys the best possible opportunity to understand what challenges you might face along the way and how you could preempt them and get past them when you get there. You guys being very familiar with looking into visions and minds, these mental links, creating this almost like hive mind of images as you're all watching the same television screen and looking at it with your own abilities and your own experiences and abilities to pull out details and facts. You were able to discern a little bit more than even Melody had from her own memories, and had a pretty good feel as to what you were going into that night. Or the next night, sorry. You guys finished up your dinner at the Golden Pond. Bastille had to chastise Cliff once because, dang it, he just couldn't stay silent, as is tradition in the North or in the Winterlands. And then you finally all returned to your inns to rest up and truly prepare for the next day. The next day came. Aerith returned to Faklukin to copy the seeming spell into his book. Nick built a looking glass for the professor at the academy. Ken spent his afternoon working on his homunculus servant that he had traded for some of the royal favor tokens that you all used your first day here for the Midsummer's Night. And I think Mia and Nick just Mia and Oni just sort of like chilled, right? You guys, it wasn't really anything you accomplished. I couldn't remember when I did my notes.
I can't remember either.
Before the gala.
Yeah.
Quick, someone
gala
go through
came-
the 7.5-hour video.
Right, exactly. I already had to do that once for one thing that I forgot. Either way, you guys got into your fancy clothes, were met by Bastille in the wagon led by Harrow, and made your way to the gala of the Summer Court. You were introduced as the children of the gods, and you brought quite a bit of attention and splendor onto yourselves, while half of your party kind of slinked off into the shadows to watch from the periphery. And as Ken and Mia executed the first step of the plans, the grand distraction, Mia created the celestial, kind of sparkling, transparent, draconic form of her spirit, emerging into its full majesty of about 10 to 15 feet tall. And as the people in the gala hall took in this splendorous sight, Ken activated his dragon trigger and delved deep within his own well of power, calling upon Ascalon. And as he rose to the full height of this massive ancient dragon standing on its hind legs, he spoke with nobility and grandiose braviosity, seen by Titania as an intelligent and powerful creature, one who, in this moment, truly does represent the title Children of the Gods. She acquiesced to her, or she relented her apprehensions as to your nobility, and was pleasantly surprised by your show of power. The show of power worked spectacularly, as even in this recap, no one noticed, as Nicholas made the three of them invisible, Aerith, Nick, and Oni all flashing out of sight and then scurrying into the back rooms through the guarded door past the guardhouse. He followed the instructions that Nick had transcribed into his book, keeping a mental map of left, right, and that's 1, 2, 3, 1. Interesting. Okay, made your way into the elevator chamber, the first trial that you had seen, with these sigils that needed to be deciphered. And as Nick cast his augury spell several times, it returned an unsatisfactory answer, and it turned out to be very beneficial that Aerith had accompanied this far, as his augury spells were needed as well to help discern the truth of the final sigil, to turn off the laser grid and activate the elevator pad. As Aerith solved this riddle for you all and let you know what the final mark was, he cast his seeming on himself to make himself appear as one of the servants in the building and went back into the back halls. Nick and Oni left to ride the elevator down, down, down deep into the vaults below. As Aerith stepped out into the hallways, guards saw him, as you guys had snuck past several guards getting back here, but you managed to play it off well, making them believe that you were new here and had gotten lost and were afraid of getting fired, and so they ended up guiding you forcefully, but guiding you back to the kitchens, where you picked up a saucer of sparkling wine, because I realized that champagne probably doesn't exist in the Feywild, as there's no champagne. And
yeah, champagne Feywild.
Right, exactly. Followed the rest of the servants out into the gala floor. You broke off from them down into the smoky pool hall area, using the mild obfuscation of the smoke to mask the transition back into your normal self. You then picked up your own flute of sparkling champagne and went to go and join Mia and Ken on the dance floor, having led Nick and Oni to where they needed to be. And as they looked down the halls at this long pattern of squares, you began the dance above. The Waltz for the Moon. This favorite kind of experience, this dance that Titania had been obsessed with lately, and you had learned was also the secret pattern to these tiles. And as you learned the forward, 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 and left, recenter, forward, 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 and right, and watching her and Bastille, and I guess it was her and Oberon at that point, dance around. Nick followed in those same footsteps deep below, and managed to cross without triggering any traps. Reaching the other side, Oni followed in the same pattern of dancing his way down the hallway, and the two of you found yourself before the Riddler door, which had very simple riddles, but the simplicity of them was a little bit, if every answer is C, am I doing this right? And you found yourselves unsure, relying upon the mental link that Nick had cast to speak with the rest of the party and Bastille above. Opening the door, you saw the vault room before you, laden with treasures. It looked like one of the pedestals had been empty, but three other pedestals each had a treasure on them, and a treasure chest dead in the center. And before you stepped into the room, Nick fortuitously cast his quick look spell and was able to see the intricate weave of magical alarms all throughout the floor and walls of this vault. Delving deep into his magical reservoir, he cast an 8th level Dispel Magic that managed to overcome the powerful alarm that had been set here and dispel it fully, shattering it and allowing you all to move freely into the vault. Oni placed his hole upon the wall, and you transferred all of the goods into the portable hole, including the treasure chest left unopened. 3 artifacts secured being a book, a harp, and a small golden bird. The quick look spell also revealed that the back wall was illusory, and as you stepped through it, you could see another smaller vault chamber with a single smaller treasure chest mounted in the middle. And as you looked down the other aisle, you could see, or another hallway, you could see at the end a teleportation circle, and presumed that this led into the back entrance that you had heard about from Titania's penthouse. Taking the treasure chest and securing that back into the hole. Taking the treasure chest immediately triggers the mechanical trap that hadn't been seen, and as Oni darted back into the vault room faster than the flash of lightning, Nick, unfortunately, there was no roll that you could have made, my friend. You weren't that fast, and you found yourselves temporarily separated. But you had a robe of useful items, and one that had some windows on it. And as you pulled one of those windows off and slapped it on the wall, Oni opened the window and climbed on through, and you were no longer perturbed or separated. You guys proceeded to the teleportation circle, heading up to the penthouse, and then stuck your way past the guard outside and then back into the back halls. You had to kind of find your way through this maze of corridors, but it wasn't too difficult. As soon as you saw the string of servants moving to and from the kitchens, you moved towards that space and into the same smoky pool hall that Aerith had used to drop his illusions. Nick taking off his comfy robes and stashing them away, redonned his fancy coat, and you guys dropped your invisibility and returned to the party. And this is where the true heist began, because I didn't expect you guys to be able to steal Snicker Snack from underneath Catania's nose.
Literally right above her head.
Oh my god.
It's fine.
Come on, Kate, you should have at least predicted it.
We
That was a
overthink the
possibility.
simple stuff, you know. We overthink the simple stuff, but we come in clutch with the assumed to be impossible stuff.
That is true. A combination of all of your abilities, from your ally Bastille being able to pull Titania in the eyes of the crowd off of the throne onto himself and her, Aerith using that moment to cast his own powerful magics and create this beautiful flurry of flashes, lights, and butterflies to help bring in this attention. Mia and Ken close to the throne and managing to make Lady Chandria a little bit uncomfortable with their public displays of affection, managed to keep her attention off of them as well as stay close enough to Oni, who invisibly climbed up the walls using his recent abilities that he has mastered and managed to swing over into position, summoned his echo into the doorway of the demiplane that Mia silently opened above you, and with the combination of skills that only these Wanderers of Starlight could bring to the table, you managed to steal a greatsword from beneath the eyes of over 100 powerful nobles, with none of them being the wiser. And as Oni retreated into the demiplane, the portable hole in his possession, all of the goods sealed away, Mia closed the door and told him that they would see him tomorrow. Aerith had met a beautiful Eladrin man who had been having a very hard time that evening, and had spent the evening dancing with him and kind of regaling in the beauty of the Feywild, this peaceful enjoyment of life and celebration. And in the end, Aerith left with him, as he had to go home early, and Aerith retreated before the guards could return from the vaults below. And as Aerith followed Xanless out into the gardens beyond the palace and eventually to his home, the guards of the palace returned to the gala floor and alerted Titania that the vaults had been emptied. They had been waylaid by the magical traps that had been set there, as a small frog had jumped onto one of those platforms and activated it before and
Hell yeah,
disappearing.
Todd.
As Nicholas's final prank went off, and the halt bots were set on the guards themselves, locking them in place for far longer than it should have. And as Titania swung around and looked up and saw that Snicker Snack had been stolen, you all had already been making for the door. Ken and Mia retreating to go and return to their hotel. Bastille making his way across the dance floor and grabbing Harrow. Nicholas kind of staying behind to ensure that everything was going perfectly to plan. And as Titania began to call out for her guards, he quickly casted an invisibility spell on himself and scurried the hell out of there, following Bastille, who had to kind of bluff his way past the guards as she locked down the palace. Getting into the wagon, he rolled up past Ken and Mia, picked the two of you up, and with Nicholas in tow, the five of you returned to the Midsummer's Night, where you were able to find your evening's relaxation, entertainment, respite, and the kind of joy of a job so perfectly executed. Nicholas reflected on his time with you all, his time as an adventurer, his time as a student, as a teacher, as was a gnome who's lived over 1,400 years. And Oni, well, Oni met a harp who turned out to be sentient. Because you didn't steal one sentient item tonight. You got 2 of them.
And
Now, let's see. Since we left off with Oni, I think we'll pick up there. So as you have pulled the harp out of your portable hole, you set it down. It's about like 3.5 feet. You know, it sits like kind of right next to you. It's about the size for Titania, you would assume. And you set it down and began to study it and look over its arcane runes. You heard this voice, "Play me a song and let's see if you're worthy." What do you do?
Well, Oni is definitely not well versed in harpistry, whatever the act of playing a harp is. It's he can most assuredly respond with "I do not think I am worthy, but if you wish for me to play a song, I can try."
There is no response at all. It's almost like it just goes dead in your hands.
good start.
You hear another voice. "Friend, are you an ally of the dragons? Have you finally come to take me from this place, to bring me to where the chromatics are?"
Oni will kind of turn away from the harp, like, thank God. Because he is really not well versed in really any instrument, so he will just kind of leave the harp alone and turn to Snickersnack and just, "Yes, I am an ally of Ken, the person you spoke to. We have stripped you away from Titania for now."
Then we are free. Oh, good. I had sensed his blood within him, and I did not know what I looked at, but I saw this as an opportunity to finally resume my mission and lay low all of those who challenge the good. Would you
Oni will
be the-
kind of nod. Just, yep, that makes sense. I can understand why Ken was so eager to get the sword out of there now.
Where is he? When shall we be back in his presence? I have questions. So many questions.
It's going to be about 24 hours, roughly. Another day. Maybe a little less. I don't know if it's an at dawn thing or like a time frame, but we had to make a little bit of a power play to get you away from her. So it'll be a very small wait, but it shouldn't be long.
Very well. Oh, that is good. I feel I can finally rest. Oh, and prepare. Good. Well, as you know, you have some time until they'll be able to open the gate again. Is there anything Oni does while he's here within the demiplane?
Nah, if we could talk and figure out what to do, he might have messed with the other items, but you know, without group input, he's not trying to start reading the book or mess with a little statue that could do something crazy that he's not prepared to deal with alone. So
That is. Oh,
yeah,
that is fair.
he's just gonna chill. I mean, the harp seemed more intent on just being played, so if it talks or whatever, he'll respond. But he'll basically just fill the Snickersnack in on what they've done since he's been with the Wanderers and the things that they accomplished prior to his joining that he got through like word of mouth, the various dragons they've already slain, so that he knows that, you know, he'll be in good hands with like Ken or Rose
Okay.
eventually.
Sounds good. Go ahead, roll me an intelligence with advantage. And, or history if you have that proficiency.
I do, actually.
Okay, history then. That was really really good. Okay, all
And
right.
it begins again.
So as you kind of sit down, and it takes time. You have to kind of break it up into sessions to go over the entirety of it, and it's a lot of recounting what you've heard from Ken, what you've experienced alongside them, and there's probably some that goes into the cult as well, given Oni's history. But Phil Snickersnack in. Point of information. As you begin to tell him about the rise of the cult, he can kind of reflect that there is a power growing in the material plane, and that is the main thing that he kind of gets across, is that he has to get there because something is happening there and he is needed. The chromatics are growing in strength and power, and he has to be there. And that's kind of like this overarching theme that he is very insistent on making sure you're aware of.
Hell yeah, I'm really glad we stole him then.
Meanwhile, back within the Midsummer's Night, can I please have Nicholas, Ken, and Mia roll me perception checks with disadvantage?
That's concern.
Ooh, this gold
I
ball
was
is
like,
on-
yeah, I was about to say,
For
why
Ron.
disadvantage? And then I was like, oh, now, I specifically know why disadvantage.
I do.
Okay, alright. Sorry.
My sheet would load in. It's being very slow today.
Yeah.
It was being really slow for me too earlier.
Eh? Oh.
Okay.
Powerful
Nick.
stuff, gang. Powerful
You're right.
stuff.
Alright.
Great.
This is going great, you guys.
I'm sure it's fine. I don't
That's
know
great,
if it's
yeah.
Let's see what's gonna
Who'd be
happen.
chasing? Who'd be
Right?
chasing us right now? Like,
No.
who'd think to look for us?
What are you even talking about?
As you kind of drift off to sleep, your hat on the table beside you, just snoozing, you were suddenly awoken after only a few hours of rest as the door into your room is kicked open. You snap your eyes open and look up with a start, and you can see two summer guards standing in the door looking at you. One turns to the other and goes, "Search under the bed. I'll look through his clothing." And they start heading towards your stuff. What are you doing?
That's a rough way to wake up. That is a rough way to wake up.
I need to rearrange some tokens here. I need to grab some
Fine.
tokens from the palace.
Excuse me, what are you doing here? Have you never heard to knock?
Roll me a persuasion check.
You tell him, Nick.
I'm glad Oni has all
Teach
of
him
our
manners.
stuff.
Right?
All the important
place-
ones.
All the
In a
important
place
stuff.
that they can't find because I literally can't open the door.
Okay. As you say this to the guard, as he pushes his way in, I'll just put her out there because she's there. And I didn't want to have to go back to get more tokens. He looks at you and kind of gives you, "I'm sorry, my lord, but we've been instructed to search all belongings within the premises by Lady Titania. If you would please just acquiesce, we can make this as painless as possible."
Very well, but you should first knock. Oh, your manners.
They
Go
start-
back outside and knock.
Go back outside, knock. I shall let you in, and then I will help you search through my belongings. So you will find everything perfectly normal here.
What does Nick normally carry his stuff in? Do you have like a backpack, a bag of holding? Okay, so you normally just have it like on a bag of holding on your belt?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So as you say this, the one guard has your bag of holding in his hand. He looks at the other one. Roll me another persuasion. This time it's a disadvantage.
I don't think
Go
you
back
want to
outside
open
and
that.
come.
Gary would be very annoyed with you.
Gary.
He looks at the other one and just says, "We were instructed to flip all the bags of holdings and search everything within the premises. Turn it inside out." And his hand reaches in through the
One at
opening.
a time.
What is in your bag?
Oh, no. Ah.
1400 years of Garbage.
Thankfully, no. So a little bag of sand, ink pen, parchment, my crystal ball. Gary is in there.
Yeah, that's the big thing, because he's no longer a tamed elemental, right?
Yeah, well, luckily you have to like activate it, so it's just in the brazier. So as long as he
Oh,
doesn't
that's right.
fuck
Okay,
with
okay.
the brazier.
I thought for some reason I was remembering that you took an air elemental and put it in the bag of holding. Like, hey,
No,
this one with some
it's the
sensor.
spells, and it was a problem.
Yeah, no, it's the sensor. But
Right,
Gary's
the sensor,
in
okay.
the sensor.
Tink,
I'm
tink,
wearing
tink.
that. My ever-smoking pipe, cold
Okay.
weather gear.
Okay.
My card set. I'm wearing that. Bunch of potions. The bookmark. Some rations. My preserved celestial lotus leaves.
Okay.
Hag's journal. The fresh celestial lotus leaf. My wand of magic tricks. Dust
So
of
much
corrosion.
stuff.
And the robe of many things.
Okay. As this all just it kind of fills the room, the one who had the bag now has it inside out, drops the bag on the top, and they kind of look over. They look over it all, and they take out their swords and start like poking through it.
Don't
None
know
of-
that. Some of those are valuable. You could just ask.
Do you move off of your bed?
Yeah, I'm gonna move closer. I'm like, no. You can't use a sword on that. Do
The-
you
the
know what
one
that
that
is? Do you
is
know
gonna
how
step-
expensive that is?
He's just gonna step in front of you and kind of hold his hand down, like, "We'll be gentle, sir. Just please be patient." They
Don't.
TSA like kind of dig through your stuff. One looks to the other one and goes, "None of Titania's stuff is here." Very well. And turns around and leaves. The one that you'd been talking to.
What are you on about? You're going to search through my things. You might as well tell me why.
There was a robbery at tonight's gala. Lady Titania's vaults were emptied, and we have been instructed to see if anyone within these premises has her belongings. We apologize for the interruption. Please resume your rest and have a wonderful day. Leave your pile of shit.
very TSA.
Leave your pile of shit on the floor, completely just all over the place. Your bag of holding upside down on top of it, and they out the door, down to the
And
next
I'm
room.
immediately going to close the door and sending to. Let's do Ken first.
Okay,
Be like,
that actually
"Hey."
works.
Heads up! Summer guards coming your way. Hide anything suspicious.
Ken, you hear this in your mind, and you kind of like snap to awakeness as you hear Nick's voice enter your mind, and simultaneously the door slams open. Mia, you are woken up with a start as two guards enter your room as well.
Oh! No.
Right. Ah.
Please
Um?
remain calm, stay in bed. We have been instructed to search all the personal belongings within the hotel. Do you have any bags or magical storage devices that we should be aware of that we can look through? That way you don't need to worry yourself.
They're just staring at Mia.
They're going between both of them. They're both under the covers.
Yeah, look on the table over there. Should be my bag of holding over there. Please be careful. I'm a craftsman by trade, so I have some ingredients and materials in there that is very sensitive. Please.
Roll me a
I don't
persuasion
mind
check.
you searching. I don't mind you searching, but just be careful, please.
Roll me a persuasion check. They have one way to do this, and
And I
Unfortunately.
haven't fully rested, so I don't have my
No.
flesh and genius chart.
only been a couple hours. Unfortunately, they look at the other and go, "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't have time. Flip it." And they head over and they grab your bag of holding, they reach in and they flip it
Oh.
inside out.
Okay.
What's in your bag of holding?
How much time you got?
Smith's tools, tinker tools.
Oh boy.
Oh god.
Literally
my-
everything.
Yeah, my potion of fire breath. Healing
Interesting
one
things.
healing
What interesting beats hit the floor as literally everything piles out.
I-
Just a
I have
cascade of...
Rose's- I have Rose's light and darkness coin.
Oh.
it just boom, immediate darkness.
I mean, flip a coin.
My
Yeah.
glitters, my smoke bombs.
Darkness is smoke, flashbangs,
Mia's stone snake egg. Let's see. Oh.
A lot of shit.
The
All your
Celestial
money.
Bonus,
Mm-hmm.
Mia's Feywild fox fur.
How much
Yes.
money hits the ground?
Oh, I don't have any money.
Ah, damn.
That was all Rose. Remember that?
Yeah. I guess
Well,
Rose.
yeah, but then after I left, Ken was treasurer. We may have spent all of it though, but
Yeah, I spent all of it.
Pretty much all but spent. Yeah. Okay. As the cascade of
That
goods.
was all. That's all of note, of special note, anyway.
As it all kind of cascades across the larger honeymoon suite here, the other one kind of steps forward and grabs Mia's dress and picks it up and starts like looking over and goes, "No pockets here. Where do you carry your
Gentle
goods
with
in, my
that,
dear?"
It's fragile. The bag. And she'll kind of pull the covers a little bit closer and point over to the bag on the floor. Just, it's got stuff in it.
Is it a bag of holding as well?
Yeah.
Okay. He'll reach down and he'll look at you and kind of give you like a, "I'm sorry, but this is what I have to do." And he'll turn around and he'll as he flips the bag of holding. Points of interest?
Hers is just mostly full of crap. Let's see. Points of interest. Bunch of potions. Takashi's straw hat.
Forgot you had his hat.
Yeah, I forgot
Yeah.
you had his hat.
Yeah. Circlet
Okay.
of Blasting, Hat of Vermin, Deck of Illusion cards, Gem of Brightness, Wands of Magic Missile and Smiling, a Wind Fan, a bunch of books, also a Smoke Bomb,
Oh, no.
and Mushroom, Flower, Curl Cloth.
Alright. It hits the ground, just once again they drop the bag of holding, they take out their swords and kind of like push through it at a distance, digging through like the top layer stuff just to ensure that the small things like the book, he probably like leans over and grabs a couple of your books and flips through them and
Aw.
realizes none of them are the ones he's looking
Aw.
for. And he throws it back in the pile and they end up like look at each other and give each other a nod and they turn back to you.
Okay,
We
you're gonna put
apologize.
that stuff back now, right?
"We apologize for the interruption. Please enjoy the rest of your evening." They immediately turn and walk away.
Put it back.
What the
Put it
hell?
back.
You can now hear from the distance as Bastile's voice is kind of carrying through. I forgot to grab his token. the inn. "My lady, this is entirely unnecessary. I came to you as a guest and as an honored member of this alliance you are attempting to build. I don't know anything about your missing goods or anything." You hear just a very low kind of feminine voice, too low to actually make out as she's keeping her keep hitting the wrong buttons, keeping everything very hush hush. "What are you guys doing now that they are stomping down the halls?"
Well,
We should
I guess.
probably get
I
up,
gotta
right?
get up and
Yeah.
put our stuff back. Sons of bitches.
Did that count as a long rest or no?
No.
Nah.
I will say, Ken, this all happened fast enough that if you wanted to respond to Nick, you could. The sending could still respond.
Yeah, we got hit too. Yeah, so yeah, we're good.
Okay. I do want to put that stuff back. We should probably get up real quick. I hear Bastille and he's talking to somebody and I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah, let's just put our stuff up and.
It's fine on the floor. It's fine.
What happened to the coin?
Yeah, I should probably at least put that up. Yeah, I'm putting my stuff up.
The
Alright,
coin
well, me-
fell, but I have determined that the act of flipping it is what activates
Yeah.
the magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Mia's just gonna leave her stuff all over the floor and just get dressed real quick and then go out the door.
Yeah. Like, fine. Okay. I guess I gotta follow suit.
Yeah, pick everything up, put it in the bag, and go check on what Bastille's yelling about.
Okay. So Mia is out first. Ken, were you going to chase after her or get all your stuff put
Yeah.
away first?
Yeah, I'm gonna just go ahead and chase after her.
Okay. So as you see her kind of pull on her
Uh,
dress over her head and head out the door in her bare feet, you pull on your undergarments and run out after her, kind of just like, hey, hey, hey. Mia, as you step into the hallway, you look over and you can see Titania intently speaking with Bastille. Actually, hold on, I got their tokens backwards. That's what I meant to do. She's facing this way, and as you kind of step into the area, her eyes glance over. Let's see, and no, actually, you can't see them from here because this is a wall. Yeah, I'm trying to understand the map again. But the center area is actually walled off, so you could hear voices coming from the other side of that wall. Again, that kind of like low hum of the very angry, you can tell, Titania voice.
Mia, no, wait, hold up. Don't go in there right
Go
now.
in there one step closer just to make
But
room.
we need to figure out
As
if
you
he's
get closer.
okay.
No, he's gonna be fine. I'm sure he's gonna be fine. Just play it chill. We're just fine.
Can I send another sending to Ken?
Yeah.
Alright, it's gonna be... Should I use Alter Memory again so we don't get caught?
Actually, that's a great idea.
I am now out of 3rd level spell slot, so I
Oh
can't
my
do
God.
any more sending.
No.
Unless I use higher level, which I don't want to do because we need enough to use.
As you follow Mia into the main chamber of the hotel, Ken, pushing past the different patrons who have all kind of like retreated into themselves in the hush of this intrusion from Titania's troops. And you can see that a lot of them have also been searched, and they look just as perturbed as you do. And as you kind of reach out and grab her by the shoulder, you hear Nick's voice in your head again.
Yeah, I mean, are you sure? I mean, it sounded like you used a lot of energy during you know what earlier, so I think we should just stay in our rooms, but just play it safe. I'm gonna try to grab Mia and have her try to pull her back, because there's no telling what Titania will try to pull if she sees us.
I think that's a little bigger than...
But
Make a perception
have-
check, Mia.
we have to help him.
No, he's gonna be fine. Just
He's a big boy.
trust in Bastille to handle things properly and safely.
Yes, like a +20 to persuasion. I'm sure he'll be fine.
You can hear her voice, and as you've gotten closer and kind of gotten your adrenaline's now pumping, and you're concerned for him, you can hear the low growl of her voice. Very well, Bastille. I will believe you for this moment. But if I find out that you were lying, or if my men find my belongings on any of your little pets, I will come down upon you so hard you will wish that you were never thought into existence. And you hear, my lady, threats are so unbecoming. I promise you I had nothing to do with this, and if I did, I would tell you. There's a very long, pregnant pause before the guards that had searched your room kind of like still stomp out of the room next to yours and start walking towards you. What are you guys doing?
Just
Oh.
try to play it chill, like we're still like a little upset about them ransacking our shit, but understand, and we'll just, try not to make eye contact.
All right. They kind of just like shuffle past you. The other patrons just get out of their way, but give them that same side eye, like not looking at you. But I don't want to have to like deal with you, so I'll get out of your way attitude. And as they in their full regal armor, they come around and it's like, nothing here, my lady. We've searched all the bags of holding, any suitcases or anything large enough that would be able to hide any of your belongings. Nothing within the inn. She looks back at Bastille. I certainly hope you are not lying to me for your sake. She will turn on her heel, and you can hear the tsh, tsh, tsh of her like very heavy footfalls leaving the inn. The other guards fall in line, and Ken, you kind of catch the last. It looks like there were about 10 or so of them here within the tavern with her, as they all leave.
Hold
Nick.
very still for a couple minutes.
The whole tavern holds still for a couple minutes, and during that time, Nick, you manage to get all of your belongings back into your bag of holding and kind of reset it back onto your belt, looped just the way that you're used to having it, and are ready to go. What are you guys doing?
Mia will look back at Ken and like raise an eyebrow, just like, now can we go?
Okay, fine. We can go check on Bastille, but we should probably get some more rest. We're kind of not in the best condition if a fight break out. So please, yeah, let's just check on Bastille, see if he's okay, and then go
Okay.
get our stuff and sleep.
She'll just quick pat across the floor and come in, just peek her head in, like past the wall, just to see what's going on first.
As you do, there are 2 summer elves that are still kind of just sitting at their table, but they just look like they were too stubborn to leave. Bastille is sitting at the bar across the way with Harrow next to him, and they both have like a tankard or something, and they're just like talking. They don't seem like, oh god, what has happened? Oh no. But they're definitely talking in like lower voices. And as you pad in the soft slap of your footfalls on the wood, Bastille turns his head around and smiles at you and kind of waves you over. Good morning, my dear. Sorry about that.
Hi, are you okay?
Oh yes. She was definitely upset, and this might have been a little bit too much. And he kind of like pushes this piece of paper. You see a note on it that says, "You wish to protect all of the Feywild, but you can't even protect a few trinkets." Laughable. I mean, it's a little bit on the nose for my sense of humor, and I think she believed that was me. Fortunately, it's not my handwriting, and I was able to
Right.
convince her of that. So,
And your name's not on it?
no, I did not have. It was not signed.
So that's good.
Yes, but no, everything's fine. She's just upset, understandably so. I know of my possessions and my prized artifacts, and if one is to be believed, I guess one of her best friends, I'm not even sure what she meant by that, went missing. Perhaps I'd be as forceful, but I am just glad that the 2 of you seem no worse for wear. And yes.
Fine. Stuff is all over the floor, but that's okay.
It's very rude. Would you like some
I
help?
didn't even offer to pick it up. Do you want to help?
I feel partly responsible, so I would instruct Harrow to help you. Harrow chuckles. I'd be happy to if you want me to.
Sure. It's not a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of little things, and it's just kind of all over the place.
Sure. Alright. And he kind of just stands up, puts his hand on Bastille's shoulder, looks down at him, gives him a nod, and Bastille nods back. He'll follow you guys back to your room. Nick, what are you doing?
I was also probably just gonna head that way.
As you kind
Let's
of round the
play.
corner, you see Nick
How
and
did you
Mia
pick up?
being followed out by Harrow. Kind of pass each other in the halls.
Hi, Nick. Are you okay?
Just had my belongings thrown everywhere.
Right.
But besides that, I'm fine. I'm sure Gary was a little bit juzzled.
But they didn't do anything to you?
No.
Okay.
Very much innocent. They wouldn't do anything to an innocent man.
I would hope not.
Yeah. How's Bastille?
He seems pretty much the same as described. He's kind of just sitting. He's half hunched, got both his hands on his mug, and seems to be just kind of like staring into it.
He doesn't seem like he's like unduly stressed about this.
Mm-mm.
It's not out of normal.
It seems like it has weighed on him a little bit, but no more than like a small upset. It doesn't seem like he's panicked or too
Okay.
concerned. He's just sort of like introverted a bit at the moment. Thinking is the feeling you get. But as if you were to walk up to him, he would greet you jovially.
Well, alright, well, I'm going back to my room to pack my stuff up. Have the kiddos help me out with the smaller items they find.
All right. As you guys head out, Esty will turn around and be like, "Oh, and just be ready to head out at, I don't know, as early as we can. We'll hit the road and get back to Sano as quickly as possible. Yes, that way we don't have to deal with any more disruptions in our reverie."
Sounds like a plan, good sir.
Yeah,
I'll go
we'll be
ahead-
ready.
Yeah.
I don't-
Hmm.
Hey Ken, where is Aerith?
Oh. Well, I believe he found a friend at the party and is currently occupied. Nick, as soon as you're rested up, go ahead and get Aerith or Arcus a message out.
I mean, I
Yes.
can use a higher level
name's
spell
implied.
slot. It's not
Yeah.
that big a deal. I'll just use the 4th level spell slot. Be like, Aerith, come back. Time now. Hope you had your fun.
Hope you were not in the middle of anything.
Also, Summer Guard, be careful.
It's been about 3 hours since you left the palace, Aerith. You went on a walk through the gardens, these rainbow flowers, changing from every hue of almost ultraviolet purple all the way to the brightest of reds as he led you on this like 30-minute walk or so through the gardens, just talking. Nothing of consequence, mostly just your opinion of the Feywild, your experiences here, and whatever you would tell him of what brought you here, he would believe without any question. Following that, a horse and carriage is summoned, and you are treated to a ride back to one of the larger estates here within Estruzalian. Let's see, where is my City of Starlight map? You see as you pass by the Midsummer Night in Flinders, from his estate, essentially, you can see the Bloom Magical Academy only about a quarter of a mile or so away. It's about the same size as the house you grew up in. Same architecture built into the trees, but somehow more organic, even though Lintier was built in this image of the Eladrin, this idea of the memory of the Fey elves being interwoven with nature itself. You guys have a couple hours in which you enjoy each other's company, and as weariness is setting in,
Because you're
Zanlis
finally going to bed.
wants to know if you want to stay with him and trance together, or if you would be more comfortable heading back to your rooms. And as you're pondering the question, weighing the implications, you hear Nick's voice enter your mind. So what do you say? Stay here with me, we'll recover our strength, enjoy ourselves a little bit more, and then you can return to your allies in the morning.
As much as I would love to spend more time with you, I really need to get back to my friends.
cannot say I am not disappointed. But I understand, and I will appreciate the gift that has been given. And he kind of like raises your hand up to his mouth and gives it a soft kiss. Thank you, Arcus. This is what I needed.
Me as well. And then I'll make my way, looking back a few times, and then continuing on.
Okay. Kind of like walks you to the front door of the estate, and then as you head out into the street, he watches from it, still just like half draped in just like pajama pants, essentially. Just watches you go, and then as you turn the corner, and that last time you turn around to look, you see just as the door clicks shut, and you head back over to the Midsummer Night. Do you reply to Nicholas?
Yeah, I'll simply say that I'm making my way back, and I'll be careful of any guards.
Okay. No guards accost you. You do see them out in the street, but none. It's not in the same way that you saw or that they saw in the hotel. People aren't just being accosted in the road and having their stuff flipped. This seemed almost targeted. As you head back in, you walk into the Midsummer Night, and it's bustling and as busy as it usually is. You head over to the room that you and Nick have been sharing in your stay here. Three of you back in the hotel after you had sent out your message to Aerith and knew he was coming back. What are the three of you doing? I guess Ken and Mia were heading back to their room to pick things up with Harrow.
Yeah.
And what's your plan, Nick?
I might as well help them, and then I can also, when we're in the room by ourselves, like, do you want me to do a memory wipe, just in case?
Well, I think Anya was satisfied with Steele's answer and proof about us not having anything to do with it, so I think we're in the clear for now. So just have it at the ready.
Sounds good. Also, Aerith is back on his way.
That's good.
Fantastic. That means, yeah, less time to find, gather everyone, and the sooner we can get the fuck out of here.
Right. Hero, did that seem any worse than you were expecting, or was that about right?
That's about what we were expecting. We were just hoping to be further away. But either way, we told you she's a bitch.
I guess so. I guess I wouldn't have expected her to come and individually, look through everybody's stuff, but
I'm just glad that you guys are who you are, because anyone else, and I'm not sure we would have gotten away with this.
Also, isn't this a bad look for her? Barging into people's
This is a very,
rooms?
very bad look for her. This is... You kind of you could see it on the other summer elves here, the other Eladrin. This was very unusual. Shows of this force are not elegant.
right. And I wouldn't even think that she would want everybody else to know that she got robbed.
Perhaps she's not even thinking that clearly.
Anyway, let's just try to rest up some more, and then as soon as we're ready, let's just get out of here.
Out of
Agreed.
character. What if we're the thing that breaks the camel's back with Titania going crazy?
Nah.
Start stealing all her stuff and then she goes
Nah.
crazy.
Why would you
We
even
stole
say
her
that?
friend, we stole all her stuff.
Okay.
I
You guys
have
gather up.
152 of these little things, and she holds up one platinum piece. And I
Yes.
would like them back in my bag.
We'll get everything together. The four of you together, just because I'm not actually trying to like steal anything from your bags of holding.
No.
But the four of you together are able to recover all of your goods. They were pretty much just dumped in a pile locally, so everything was returned to their respective bags of holdings, and you guys were able to retire for the evening. Aerith showed up about an hour or so in, probably actually half an hour in. Would you have assisted with helping pick the last of the things up, Aerith, or just headed for bed?
Headed for bed.
That's
I had quite the workout.
quite the night. That's fair. Nick, as you head back to your tavern room, your inn room, you open it to see Aerith sitting within his bed, deep within his trance. You crawl in and make yourself comfortable again and fall back asleep. Ken and Mia, you both return to your own bunk and get your rest, and somewhere out within the depths of the multiverse in a tiny little bubble, Oni sits cross-legged and gets his long rest, trancing with a talking sword and a talking harp. And everyone can hit the long rest button.
Yes.
Yay.
We live another day.
We live another day.
Why would you
For
jinx
now.
it?
To be fair, if anyone dies, it's gonna be Nicholas.
To be fair, you are probably correct.
I don't know, bro. Our boy has not been hit very often.
Exactly.
Like the
all it
only
takes is one hit.
the only time he's been hit so far was when we underestimated the purple worms, like tail thing that first time. And since then, he's been on his toes. I don't think it'd be him. I think it would be one of us instead of Nick.
Well, that's just it. It takes one hit and Nick is out.
Ooh, look at that.
Oh yeah!
And that
look at
one
that.
and that 20, baby. Heaven and hell.
Oh,
Oh, imagine if this
yeah,
was
look at that.
during the.
We didn't need it during.
Yeah, we
the
didn't
whole
even
thing.
need it. That's
No.
true.
Yeah.
surprisingly.
Oh, that's brilliant.
that is things of legend right there.
Rewards of being able to get through Titania.
He really just is lucky. So I'd like never have to use his lucky feat. That's the
I know, it's crazy. You've only had to use it a few times because he's just been so naturally lucky.
It's amazing.
Good. All right. You all come to consciousness, rested and recovered. A little shaken by, or the three of you, a little shaken by the abrupt interruption from last night's respite, but the day is yours. So, what would you guys like to do?
Meditation.
Go ahead, roll me your wisdom.
No, for
Oh,
Gift of
oh,
Attack
yeah.
Track. I should have specified. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh,
Hell yeah, dude.
it continues.
Right?
I almost hit a nat 20.
Nick's just like, nah, here's that one. This one's on the house.
That one is 4d6.
Wherever
Ken.
Titania is right now, I'm gonna give her a nat 1.
Yeah, whatever she's doing. She's trying to get out of bed, and that one, she just falls on her fucking face.
She's on a carriage about to leave the castle. Nat 1 just trips and falls into a mud.
That was a good roll. Right. So as Ken wakes up and kind of goes through his morning stretches and then sits down to meditate on what he'd learned, the power that had grown, and the fact that this was the first Ascalon transformation that you survived, right? Like flat out. Yeah. Everything learned from there, the control of power and the successful mastery of it. What you doing, Mia?
Oh, she's just still laying in bed enjoying the nice bed. She'll just watch Ken for a little bit and just hang out.
Alright. There's a kind of like warm breeze that blows through the open windows and the sound of bird song outside that's just so peaceful. It's almost unreal how peaceful it can be here in the Feywild, and then how abruptly terrifying and crazy.
But it's peaceful for right now.
For right now. Aerith, what you doing?
Oh, I'll work on my Cartomancer feed.
Okay.
Hell yeah, dude.
That is 66.
Let's see how this goes.
Hey,
Okay, not bad.
That's,
bad.
that's pretty
not
good.
bad.
right? There's 20 points.
I don't even know how much I need for Cartomancer.
I
Well, you're
I
the one
gave,
keeping
didn't
track.
I? Yeah, I thought I gave you that one.
There's
All right,
got a
I'll have
number
to.
somewhere.
Did it not get written down?
No.
Check all your sheets. It's written down somewhere.
Haven't you been working on this for like a little bit?
A little bit. This is the first time I'm working on a feed.
Mm-hmm.
So would it be the same amount as working on the Alchemist kit?
It kind of varies. No, the Alchemist kit's easier. I think this one was 225.
Okay.
I think. Go ahead and throw that one there.
Okay. I just did.
Okay.
I don't know. It
Alright.
may have been said and I may have missed it.
Yeah, that's all good. Roll20 could have also just deleted it for whatever reason, so no worries. Alright, so as Aerith takes out his supplies and begins to work on his magical cards, what are you doing, Nick?
I want to think good.
Okay.
Nice.
Give yourself the 20. No, I'm kidding.
No, I promised myself I wouldn't use that because that's kind of cheesy. But I will use my Ring of Puzzler's Wit.
That's fair.
At least try. Nice. Excellent.
Amazing. Amazing.
Amazing. That would be 1d6.
Nice.
At least you still get something out of it.
Yeah, you always get
I will
something.
take
You always make progress. As
Because
you
I was hyping myself up with my
Yeah.
important rolls. The game had like, nah.
as you begin to study over your notes, kind of like going over the events from the night before and chronicling them as detailed as you can, honing in. There's this dichotomy of the adrenaline and the joy of success, and then you get to the part where you forgot the mechanical trap. You hadn't looked for that, and there's that like feeling that you had lived the night before. And as you kind of go through all of these, you feel your mind becoming sharper and keeping that razor's edge that you've kept for these many centuries, just through constant use. But age is definitely starting to take its toll, and you're starting to notice some things slip, even with immortality.
Too old for this shit.
What if good?
Did you want to do anything in the demi-plane, Oni?
Yeah.
He's just playing the card game with all the stuff.
Well, he's gonna work on his blind fighting, but the way he's gonna do it is basically blindfold himself and work on approaching the hole that he put in the ground from different angles without going over, because if he missteps and he falls, he's got the wings, he'll catch himself, but that'll be like a strike against him in his mind.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, roll me a wisdom check. That works. Okay. It's so good in concept. In practice, you find that the small space of the room, the position of the hole, you tend to use more of like a mental memory, like like an image of the room itself. You still get your 1d6 progress, as you still always make progress towards what you're practicing on, but it doesn't hone in your like daredevil senses as much as you were hoping it would.
Nice. One progress.
Yeah, I'm still way far away from this one though.
Okay, so given the ends of your trainings, as you all kind of reach the practiced point, this about an hour that you dedicate each day to honing your abilities, independent of whatever uniqueness and intricacies adventuring might bring, your stomachs begin to rumble, and you head out towards the main tavern floor to get some food. You meet up with Bastille and Harrow, who don't look like they've rested, but they don't look exhausted. They just look like they've been sitting out here talking pretty much the whole night, and as you kind of sit down at the table and they bring you food. So we'll be returning to Sarnau the same way that we went, which will be about a 2 days journey. Hopefully nothing happens along the way, but as you know, anytime you make a journey, something always happens. At least once.
Yeah.
So, nothing I'll be doing this time at least, but keep your head on a swivel and your eyes on the road.
I gotcha.
Things have gone well so far.
Yes, well, I mean, it went pretty smoothly last night, so that was a very fun gala. I hadn't expected to actually enjoy the dance itself, but as Aerith joins you guys, he kind of smiles and goes, "But your friend Arcus brought such spectacular extravaganza to my little soiree with Titania that I couldn't have planned that better. Thank you. Thank you."
I'm used to making things flashy.
That's good.
I mean, she at least seemed like she was having fun in the moment.
Yes, she did, didn't she? It was good to see that again. It had been a minute since... But that was short-lived, either way.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, I haven't had that much fun, and honestly, I can't remember. But it was a good time nonetheless. And then yeah, that happened, and yeah, I hope she finds whoever did it.
Me
That
too.
sucks.
Right. Very valuable artifacts that were stolen, but either way.
That sucks.
Did you see the sword? I hear apparently even that sword that she had mounted on her throne was stolen from her during the gala. I mean, that part she's definitely not letting anyone know, but that's embarrassing.
Yikes.
Either way, I say we head back to Sarnau. You all can fill Archie in on the spectacular evening you had at the gala and fulfill your end of the deal with him, making your way home, and sadly, our paths part.
No,
But-
this shouldn't be a goodbye. I mean, there's always a chance to meet each other again down the road.
This is true. So, perhaps not a goodbye, but a see you later.
Yeah.
Well, let's head for the wagon and head on home unless there's anything else you wanted to do here in the city.
No, I'm good.
Nothing in particular. I'm pretty sure we saw everything we needed to see.
Let's
I
get
bet
out
you
of here.
did.
Let's get the fuck out of here, man.
Alright. You guys finish up your breakfast. Harrow heads out to hitch up the wagon and the horse, and the 6 of you, as I'm trying to do math correctly, head out towards the main gate of the city. As you approach the main gate, you notice something different. The archway that had been opened upon your arrival is closed. A large wooden door now blocking it entirely. And as you approach, you hear one of the summer guards at the gate. "Halt! Apologies, but all exit from the city has been blocked until a crisis has been resolved. We ask you return to your homes or inns and wait until the moment is correct for us to reopen travel from the city." Harrow raises his voice. "I am an emissary of the Lord of Winter, and we are traveling back to our homelands. You will open this gate." The guard pauses for a moment. You hear another guard come out. "Apologies to the Lord of Winter, but there will be no leaving the city as per her direct order." You see the, captain of the guard here out in much more shining regalic armor, this helmet that rises almost into like this arched crest of a sun with these beams that come out behind it, and she stands in this full plated armor in front of the wagon, and the Harrow kind of leans back and goes, "What do we do, boss? Bastille? I mean, I could attempt to force my way through. We could..." He looks between all of you.
Can
One
they-
second. I'm looking how big the gate is.
Just attach a window real quick to it. Walk on through.
It's about 30 feet wide. Each piece of the gate itself is about a 15-foot wide door that is then itself about
Oh, I
30
was
feet.
the spell Arcane Gate.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, you're good, as Bastille kind of looks over at the rest of you, he goes, "If we try to force our way through this, that could be seen as suspicious, and we probably won't make it very far. You all showed up in my tavern several times. Just poof. Could we do that?"
Hey.
Sure.
I mean, we could just go on the other side of the gate.
Right, or we could, if you want me to just send us back, and then that way. Don't you want your horse and stuff, though?
And I mean, it's a horse and a carriage. I want to get out of here, but I want to get out of here without anyone pursuing us, you know?
Yeah.
You hear a raised voice. "My lord, I have instructed you to turn around and head back to your inn. Please acquiesce to this request, or I will be forced to move you
We're
myself."
working on it. We only had rooms for one night, and so we're trying to decide where to go since you won't let us leave.
Do you know how hard it is to back up a horse and carriage?
You know what, fair?
Those sound like you problems, not a
Bitch.
me problem.
Well, you can give us a minute to figure this out, and we'll get out of your hair.
Alright, I'll whisper to Bastille. Let's head back. And then I guess we can teleport out of one of the rooms if they're still
Just-
available.
Might be the safer way, yes. Alright, let's get out of here, Harrow. Harrow nods back. Yeah! Pulls on the reins, and the large horse kind of turns and clops away. You hear like the ching, 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 ching of the plate mail walking back towards the guardhouse where she had been sitting until she had to be called. Well, I guess she is serious about trying to find her stuff, but teleport back, then I can do what I do, and, well, see how things go from there, yes? Yes, alright.
So the entire city isn't put under a no teleportation thing, is it? It's just the castle.
No, it was just the castle is all that I'm aware of, and like as you think back on it, you've seen plenty of the Eladrin here utilizing a native ability that they have called Misty Step, and it's almost like that's why the palace has that locked out. Is because
Face
the
step.
people here can just Face Step, Misty Step, Yeah.
They're just
They
too lazy to walk around.
exactly. They just
Before
poof,
we
so-
teleport home, do you want me to skywrite that just say something mean about Titania before we teleport out?
To make it
No,
worse.
That's not piss her off even more.
That'd be funny.
No.
It would be.
It would be
but-
very funny.
No, let's not push it.
Well,
You
it
should
could be
just
something. It
make-
could be something small, like Titania has
Like
smelly feet.
giant
Oh, we
middle
could make
finger.
another. We could make another reference to another heist movie and say, "Catch me if you can."
We could.
What is
Now you see me, now you don't.
Or a picture of a frog.
What was the Italian job?
We'll be back with 12 people next time.
Yeah, we could do a lot of things with skywrite, actually.
She is very upset, but I don't care. I want to upset her. I don't want to have to tiptoe around her. That's the whole point of this. So Yes, if you have something that you would like to skywrite, I would support it, but I would not, if you are in a hierarchical command structure, I would not want to overrule your leader if that were the situation.
To be
Can
fair,
I
I don't
ask
think
a
she can get more
question?
mad.
Yeah,
Both.
but I've learned the hard way that anger can lead you to some pretty drastic decisions and thought processes.
I mean, we could leave her a nice message.
Bastille, can I ask a question real quick?
Yes.
Are you guys like friends or enemies? You and Titania?
You exes.
Right, like is friends?
The answer to all of those questions is yes and no. When you've lived for thousands of years and have seen people come and go, it's hard not to gravitate towards those that you perceive as equal. But sometimes people grow apart. Sometimes people change, and sometimes, well, people didn't really know each other that well to begin with. I love her, as I love all of the Fae, but it does not mean that I want her to be in charge of me. Freedom. The freedom to be whoever, and as he says that, you see his face go between like 7 different versions. Whoever I want to be. That is what's important to me. And that is what she threatens. And
I'll make
so I just want to remind her of who we are. We're pranksters. We're tricksters. We are the Fae. We were known within your world to lure babies into the dark, to trick them into our world, to raise them as fairykin and return them to yours in an instant, so that a child could grow far faster than their parents could imagine, for no other reason than to just sow chaos. She is attempting to breed order in that chaos, and
You don't want that?
I do not think that is what is best for our people. We do not want to become a reflection of the material. We don't want to be you all. We want to be ourselves.
We're not that bad.
There are those among you that are good. This is true. And I am gladdened by the company that I keep now. Including Oni, wherever he may be. Or Wanderer. Including Wanderer, wherever he may be.
Right, I figured maybe it wasn't a good idea to do that yet.
Yeah,
until we go.
better to wait till you
Yes.
guys are away. Summon me back.
That was probably wise. I was hoping we could find a glade outside the city, but if we're just going right back to Sano, then we can rest up there.
Sure.
Alright. He kind of like looks a little bit mournful. Like you brought up memories that he was really trying not to look at, and he's reliving them a little bit, but clatter along the wheels of the wagon, kind of just jostling ever so gently across the well-laid cobblestones of the city before you end up back at the Midsummer's Night. And as you head in, the innkeeper here, who had just seen you leave, kind of cocked his head, and Bastille says, "Apparently there's no leaving the city, so we're going to need our rooms." And he just nods, goes, "Well, very well. We hadn't rented them out to anyone else, so they're all yours." Bastille nods. "We will be leaving as soon as we are able, so if we vanish for any reason, just don't worry about it. And we will be resting at least for the rest of today, as the gala absolutely way too much took it out of me. I was hoping to spend the day in recovery on the road. But no, we can't leave. He just sort of stumbles or staggers past the Eladrin, who's just nodding along like, yes sir, of course, sir.
Can you feed the horse until we need him again?
Yes, that is true. Just take care of him for as long as you can, and I'll be back for him shortly. The elf kind of just nods.
Can't we just
Bastille.
teleport the horse with us?
Yes. It is a creature.
In the middle of a tower.
Need to take the horse into our room as well.
No, we could just
I
do
will
it in
see
the
that
bar.
it is moved to the stables and given some fresh grain, as we had stored it there yesterday. He kind of nods and waves over to one of the tenants who kind of looks more like a stable hand, who nods and heads out there to go and get the horse. So the horse will be in the stable whether you guys want
Right.
to try that or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. Okay, so it needs to.
You have to be within
I
10
don't-
feet or touching him.
Yeah, I think the horse is too big. Wasn't it like 10 foot by itself?
The horse itself is about 15 feet
Yeah.
long
too
and about
big.
12 feet tall.
He a
Does it
little
fit
too big
in
to
that
fit in the
space?
circle. No, it's a 10-foot cube, like that needs to like fit, I guess. Sort of. I don't know. It's just
Let's see.
Does he
8
just need
willing
a one
creatures
horse in?
or
Oh, it does have
an
to fit
object.
entirely.
Yeah,
Okay, no.
inside the
It says if
10-foot
you target an
cube.
object, it has to fit inside that cube.
Right. I don't know how the horse fits in, like
That would just be a
whether
creature.
creature
That would
object.
just target. Yeah, because
Okay.
like you could teleport giants, and giants are that big. Dragons can be teleported, and they're that big.
I guess so.
The risk is that you'd be doing it in the stable as opposed to your bedroom.
We could do a cloud of darkness and then do it.
I do love that horse, but I'm also not too worried. It's entirely your call.
I also don't want to kill it if we fucked up. But
I mean, if we leave it, it'll probably be fine.
I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, the worst, we'll just take care of it here, and we'll live here, and perhaps I'll get a new horse.
Right? He can be the new mascot of this inn.
Sure. Sure.
What's really that activity will go on?
For Skywrite, what about Titania dances funny? She's very particular about her dance.
You know, with the
I really like that one.
Your dance was as cool as you thought it was.
She would spend so much time trying to find out who wrote that. It might, and it's not tied at all to. I do like that one. You have a good sense of humor, Gnome.
Tanya has 2 left feet.
Me.
I will do that right before we teleport.
Okay. So as you head back to Ken and Mia's room, that looks like it had been straightened up but hadn't been rented out again. You gather together into the center of the room, and as Mia begins the teleportation spell, Nick begins his Skywrite, releases the Skywrite spell, which kind of woofs out from him in this billowing. What color is Nick's magic? I think I've asked this before.
It's kind of like an amber almost. Like it's
Yeah.
like a gold red almost.
Yeah, this goldish reddish hue of smoke out the window before it just dissipates into the atmosphere above, and as you can feel the clouds beginning to coalesce above you magically, you cast out your teleportation.
Alright.
Really should grab something from the morning wood.
Just grab a vase.
Because I don't think you have anything from there, right?
From where we're
I mean,
going?
we have all of Titania's items.
From
We have Bastille.
Or how are you getting to Sarnau?
I mean, I'm just gonna teleport. We don't have anything
Okay.
that
Oh.
from the inn, I don't think, but
Hmm.
What source could happen?
We have
I'm
the
real good at this.
leaves. We have the lotuses. If you want to go
Yes.
back to
I
what
don't
the
really
heck
want to go
is.
to the swamp. No.
I was about to say,
I'm just
can
I'm just
Can
gonna-
Wait, you still have the mushroom?
also from the swamp.
Well, I know, but it's closer, and then we can check in on the gnomes.
Fine. I can get to the inn just fine.
What were you saying, Ken?
I was about to say if we can use our gala outfits as a medium to teleport out in front of the Paler's place.
That's true.
That's a good one.
I'm just gonna go to the inn. It's funnier.
Roll me a D100 then. Hey, you can
it's fine.
fuck up teleport.
Your
Let me
wild
get the
magic,
table.
or is this from your staff?
Oh, I need to roll that as well, I suppose.
You explode in a fireball as you leave, and the whole tavern burns down.
You gain
What?
10 more inches.
Nope.
Okay.
Fine.
Even taller.
All
would
right.
be great.
Oh my god, if I
As-
roll another 10 on that same thing, that'd be insane.
As you cast out the spell, the wisps of magical energy coalescing around you, you feel as reality shoo, down into that one single point, and then you all feel yourselves re-emerge back into familiar space, the morning wood. You appear in the dead center of the tavern, right next to where the table that you keep knocking over is. And as you look around, there's a momentary of surprise as new faces have
us
shown up.
again.
But as they recognize the faces, they know what is going on. And Bastille looks out at the rest of you and kind of claps his hands and goes, "Such a spectacular trick. The best that we have is, I mean, we have teleportation, but it's a little bit less versatile." He kind of turns around. It tends to go wrong so often, especially when you don't have something at the target, and it just always seems to land you here. Turns around and sees Archie. Archie!
I'll be back.
Archie, who has been sitting here within the tavern, kind of like raises his goblet and goes, "I see you have all returned." Bastille's gonna head over to the table.
Oh, all right. That was fun. We'll go say hi to Archie.
I guess.
You
Do we have
guess?
to? Well, do we have to pretend to still like him because he's the other guy?
Sheesh, yes.
I mean, yeah, it'll be fine. Don't worry. It's fine.
Alright. Okay.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I can't say that I was expecting you all to just show up in the tavern, but it is good to see you all healthy and hale.
I don't see why not. We always do this.
Bastille just nods, goes, "Haven't you been paying attention, Archie? This is just how they get around. They disappear at one place, show up another. 'Tis the gift of the children of the gods." Archie nods. "How could I be so foolish? Of course, of course. So, how did it go? How was the gala? What did you think of Astrozalian?"
Gala was pretty fun. Like I was telling Lord Bastille, I haven't had fun like that in quite a while. So it was a good change of pace. I think I needed the respite.
Good, good. Well, tell me all about it. Let's withhold your end of the deal, and then we can talk about my end.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So you guys spend an hour or so filling him in on the events of the gala. Ultimately, alerting them that there is still one friend that you need to get, and
Yeah,
that
I
as
about
you
to
start getting
say.
into more like risky conversation, you know better, and talk about it entirely from a "we had so much fun at the gala" perspective.
I have
Absolutely.
casted Mordekainen's private sanctum.
Sure. All right. As it's going out, you cast out your private sanctum, kind of lock in this corner of the tavern, as the The two autumn elves nearby look over at you as you're casting it. Archie just gives them like a little bit of a wave and just kind of like gives a very gentle brush off motion, like give us a little bit of space, dears. And they're gonna step over. The music being played there kind of masks everything from that side, and you cast out the spell, and it seems to be at least a little bit more secure. Well, I still don't know how open we want to be. Any word that leaves her won't, or leaves here, won't reach her mouth or her ears until, well, I've had my fun, because tomorrow morning I am going to, he kind of just looks up and he smiles, I'm going to raise a flag. It's going to be fantastic. Archie smiled. So it was a success then. Bastille nods. We have to secure one of our wayward allies, but once we do that, all but success.
Should I get him now, or
Sure.
should we go to, like, do you have a house? Is this your house?
The city is kind of my home, but I do have a residence. We could go there, I suppose.
Wherever, yeah, I guess wherever you want to do what you're gonna do, so that it's there.
I was going to raise the flag in the town square, but let's go to my house and we can retrieve Oni, or retrieve the Wanderer from there. And
Yeah, it just, I don't know if you want to do it here. I don't really know how any of this is
my dears,
happening.
we were being extremely secretive and speaking in all sorts of roundabout ways prior to our adventure, correct?
That's why I'm confused.
We no longer need to worry about such things. The job is done. Word is going to get out soon. I don't need to fence these items and avoid responsibility. My responsibility is ensured. I want her to know it was me. I just wanted to get out of there before she knew it was me, so that she couldn't stop me from doing what I want to do. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Bill would like a little bit of discretion, but what Arcus has provided, as well as the notoriety that I carry, should serve well enough to give us the privacy that I need for a day or so until I'm ready to send my message.
Okay.
Then let's go to my
Yeah,
home.
let's go to your house.
Let's go get your friend. All right. You cross the city not in a hurry, but in an excited haste to a moderately sized kind of rustic mansion. Looks like a large wood cabin that was set in the woods. The same kind of elven architecture that you've seen within Sarnau, not necessarily built out of the growing woods themselves, but built out of natural, not ingredients, but pieces that don't seem to decay or age, even though they've been cut down or chopped away from the trees that they originated from. He leads you into the central living area, which is only about maybe 15 feet wide, 20 feet deep, has a fireplace in it, and a few nice comfy couches, and a few, like, well-read novel books set into bookshelves along the walls. As he leads you into this space, he goes, "There should be about as good a place as any for us to open up the magical door."
Perfect. I really want to get him back. Okay. Let me just walk over to the closest wall and cast Demiplane.
All right. You walk over the nearest wall, just to the left of one of the bookshelves, and cast open your demiplane. The wall itself kind of shimmering with a black shadow before.
That's barely okay.
In walks out my mother. No, I'm kidding.
The door materializes. From within the demiplane, Oni, has been a day of quiet reflection. You've spoken with Snickersnack and brought him up to speed on who Ken is and the mission, the Cult of the Dragon. He's reiterated his concerns of their growing presence and power within the material, their influence there, and that his mission must be there, that he has to get there. And as you kind of bring in the end of the story, wrapping it up to how you managed to find yourselves in the gala, you see as one of the walls shimmers gently and a doorway appears from within the demiplane. Who opens the door first is the question.
I mean, Oni's just chilling and waiting because
I'll open the
he's
door.
he's assuming they've been smart and not doing this somewhere dangerous, but he also doesn't want to come out if it's like a setup and get them in trouble.
That's fair. All right. Aerith steps forward, reaches out a hand to the doorknob, opens it. You can see Oni sitting there, the sword kind of laying on the ground next to him, the pit, the portable hole still deployed just off center of the room.
Yoo-hoo!
Is it finally safe? Have we made it out?
It's safe, we're out.
Alright, then come on in. Check this harp out. It's weird.
I'll grab the harp.
Okay. Who all goes into the demiplane?
I think we might as well all go.
Right, I guess we'll just go in. We got an hour.
Yeah.
Door gets dispelled, clothes were stuck in there.
I can get us out.
And then I need this token. Okay. So as you enter in, Aerith, you head over to the harp, and as you get closer, you hear this voice enter into your mind. Do you believe yourself worthy?
Yes? Yes?
Then
Yes?
play a song, and let's see if you're worthy.
I will try and play a song to the best of my abilities.
What do you play on?
Play me a song, you're the
I don't
piano
have
man.
any proficiency
Yeah.
with instruments.
Improvise.
Play it on the harp. What do you mean?
I mean, yeah, I'll play it on the harp.
As you pick up the harp, excuse me, did I say you were worthy? I said play me a song, not play a song on me.
Oh, testy.
Rude.
Yeah.
Can all of us hear the harp, or only the person they're talking to?
Nope, you can all hear it. It can
Okay.
communicate telepathically, but you are all actually hearing it out loud. Ken, as you start your mental metronome, you step in here and you hear, oh, he's here. The Scion has returned. You've rescued me. You've brought me from this place. You've saved me. Thank you, dear friend.
Oh, you're quite welcome. I'm just glad we got out of there in one piece, and almost flawlessly, actually. It was nice.
I have been informed. I am so excited. Our enemies will tremble at our approach, and they will fall beneath my blade.
Can we
I
hear
heard.
Snickersnack too?
You cannot hear Snickersnack, unfortunately. He is speaking telepathically. What are you
Alright.
doing, Aerith?
I was just thinking of what if I sang, but I don't know if that would count.
It's up to you.
No one has an instrument, do they?
Sing a song.
I've made an instrument. I don't have any.
Don't look at me, Rose is not here.
I will sing a song.
Okay, roll me a performance check.
Flash of genius.
Twinkle,
Okay.
twinkle, little star.
Holy Jesus.
Oh,
Hey.
30.
Hey.
Hell
As you-
yeah. You are worthy.
channel this beautiful melody that seems to flow not even just from your vocal cords, from your heart, from your soul, from the Feywild beyond the door. This beautiful melody in Elvish that you just sing. Maybe it was a lullaby. You don't really know where it came from, but it just erupts out of you. And as it fills this chamber, Ken looking over at Snicker Snack and Mia kind of just looking around here, Bastiel taking in the glory of a demiplane like this, everybody's eyes draw to Aerith. And as the song ends, after only about a minute or so, you are worthy.
I will grab the harp.
You pick it up, and it shrinks a little bit. It shrinks in size by about 8 inches, and you could, if you wanted to, attune to it. It is an attunement item.
We have hit the
What do you
attunement
think?
wall.
Right.
We just next campaign we just all artificers. Every artificer.
So, okay. So whenever I make a charisma check, we'll attune to the harp. Anything under a 9, or yeah, anything 9 or lower is
You
just
treat as a
automatically
10.
a 10.
Mm-hmm.
10 minutes,
can
you get
cast-
Hero's Feast.
Mm-hmm. You can only use it once every 2 weeks or so. But
1d10 plus 10 days.
Mhm.
Sheesh.
I mean, it's fantastic before a big fight.
Yeah,
I say that's worth it.
Yeah.
At the
you
start
can
of a
cast
day.
Calm Emotions with a duration of 1 hour.
You maintain concentration on the spell. This property can be used 5 times and it regains all uses at dawn.
It's up to you. I at this point, you have proven yourself to the harp, so it's entirely your call whether or not you want to utilize it.
I mean, you could also just drag it around because the harp can play its own music by itself. Just have a
That's
friendly harp.
True. I mean, let's see. I'm attuned to my weapon. Fuck.
I think it's your tattoo. No, you don't have
No,
that.
I don't have the tattoo Well, I
anymore.
have the tattoo, but I'm not attuned to it anymore. My weapon, the ring, the legendary ring, legendary action ring, and the Fang of Bahamut. So, the ring is cursed, and I can't remove it. So the only item that I would be unattuning myself to would be my weapon. Question: would I lose the capabilities of being able to shift it between rapier and gun?
Hold on.
It's a valid question.
It is a valid question. Let me look up.
I would assume that's like a mechanical feature in and of itself. I would think. You would
Yeah,
just lose
because
the
Ken helped me with it.
intelligence. I would assume you would lose.
You
the
don't. You're
intelligence boost. But that's just me. I'll let the
Does
inside.
anyone have a spare attunement slot?
Other than Ken.
Ken? Or resident artificer might?
Well,
But I
we already-
mean, Snicker
we already
Snack is
know.
also an
That's
attunement
true.
item, and for sure that's getting attuned. Because we need somebody swinging that man at a dragon when we find the dragon.
I will say it would be hilarious if Rose had both of the sentient items,
Oh my god.
because I feel like she would argue with all of them all the time.
Oh my god.
And I feel like both the items also fit her the best.
Oh boy.
The heart does, but I
it's a gift to
definitely
Rose.
feel like Snicker Snack is kind of like
A Ken item.
is also
unintentionally perfectly built for Ken.
That is
Right.
true. Dual wield your weapons.
How is your charisma, Ken?
See, that's the thing. You don't have to. It just says you can use charisma.
It's true, you can.
He could use his intelligence because he's an artificer. It's just fine. It just works really good with charisma-based people too. So like Rose would get good mileage out of it too.
I mean, we don't have to do it right now. We could think on this.
Oh well, I'm attuning to Snicker Snack.
Well, yeah.
I'll go ahead and let that. Yeah, I'm gonna get that out of the way now.
Okay.
I'll
to-
I'll attune to Gilded Plenty.
Now,
And
real quick before you do you want to find out what this bird statue does in case you
Yeah.
might want to
Oh!
attune to it
Let's
instead?
do
that's
that first.
right. I will ritually
Also-
cast Identify on the.
Also,
little
we can only
bird
stay in here
statuette.
for an hour.
Yeah. So
yeah, I'm keeping track
just-
of time. That's should probably. If we decide to start tuning.
we can leave.
Here's what I'll do.
Skedaddle on out.
Here's what I'll do. Once we leave the demi-plane, I'll recast Private Sanctum,
Mm-hmm.
just so we're not, getting stared at with eyes. And then we'll start going through all these items that we've collected.
Okay. Okay. So, are you casting your ritual identify here in the demi-plane first, or are you getting everything out first?
I'll cast it here. I'll just cast the spell.
Okay. All right.
Still
so
got plenty of
as
time.
you cast the spell, it comes back in your mind as the golden canary figurine of wondrous power.
Golden
A legendary
Oh,
item
come on, Dave.
doesn't require attunement. As an action, you can speak the command word and throw the figurine to a point on the ground within 60 feet of you. It becomes a living creature in one of two forms that you choose. If there isn't enough space for the creature where it would appear, it doesn't become the creature. The two forms are as follows.
Sorry.
A giant canary form. It becomes a giant canary for up to 8 hours and can be ridden as a mount. Once the figurine has become a giant canary, it can't be used this way again until the next dawn. And the golden dragon form. While you are missing half or more of your hit points, you can speak a different command word and the figurine becomes an adult gold dragon for up to 1 hour. The dragon can't use any of its legendary actions or lair actions. Once the figurine has become an adult gold dragon, it can't be used this way again until 1 year has passed. In either form, the creature is friendly to you and your companions, understands your languages and obeys your spoken commands, and if given no commands, defends itself but takes no other actions.
I'm sad there's no picture.
I know,
in
right?
Roll20.
Right.
There's probably one in the book that I can find.
That seems like a pretty powerful trump card we could keep in our back pocket, huh?
Yeah.
So we get a way to fly around, and then also a giant dragon. If we really
Possibly
need
a
it.
giant dragon if you're dying.
But it doesn't require attunement, so you don't have to worry about that
It's
for
true.
this one at least.
Yeah, you had me at Golden Canary. I was like,
I was trying not to use the word canary last week. I was like, I'm just gonna say bird, because if I say canary, it'll give away the goose.
The golden
wants to
goose.
bury it?
Lol.
Lol.
oh, that's so good. Yeah, have that somewhere in one of our
Right.
back pockets.
Give it to one of the frontline people, because they're going to be taking the most damage to use the dragon form anyways, I
So
feel like.
either Ken or Oni.
That still, can you tell us what's in the chest? I'm dying here.
Which one?
The super
Both?
secret bonus
Super
item
secret
one.
Oh. Fine. Oh.
This is the first time Oni has sounded like not level and calm. He's been dying to know what's in these two chests. He's been sitting in here for like a day, fighting every urge to go like be a kid again and open a Christmas present early.
He hops into the hole where you've got the chests kind of just sitting in there. I'm gonna open the main one in the morning because it provides a 1 day long enhancement of my abilities. Anyone who opens it, I want that. It feels good. So I'll wait till tomorrow. But this will either provide me something or be something, and I'm not quite sure what it is. But I'm as curious as you are, my friends. So let's find out. And he leans down. The box is, like I said, it's about 2 feet maybe on either side, about a foot deep, foot tall, rounded top. handles on either side, latch on the front. He flicks the latch and it clicks with a very, very like well-oiled and mechanical click. And as he opens it, there's this shimmer of pure purplish light that kind of comes off of it and radiates around it. Oh, this is good. This is going to be very, very good. Closes the lid. It didn't provide me any buffs, so I'm going to go ahead and just let you all experience this in its true majesty. And he lifts it up and jumps out of the hole and sets it down on the ground and turns it around. He goes, "Behold Titania's greatest treasure." And he lifts open the lid of the box. And within it is the most immaculate, beautiful, well-crafted, studded pair of panties you have ever laid your eyes upon in your life. They radiate with magical
my
energy that waves out across you all with this feeling of lustful intent and willingness to do anything. You kind of feel yourselves all feeling that deep and primal instinct, and Bastille closes it. You don't want to be, exposed for too long. Could be detrimental. But I know what I'm going to do with it.
Oh, no, what are you doing with it?
I'm going to hang it from my flagpole.
Classic.
Very
I
nice.
couldn't have asked for a better one. All right, hey Harrow, come in here and grab
Most
the larger box. And he picks up the smaller one. He goes, you have earned my lifelong gratitude, my true friendship, and I promise you that I will return you to your home, to a time, to where you belong. This is incredible. All right, you have to see it flying, though. You have to stick around, just say a few days. Enjoy your time here. Rest. I've seen the story of your life, my dear Mia, and though it is short, it is one of travel and trial and constant motion, and that just looks so exhausting. Stick around. Why don't you take a few days, 3 days at most. Rest yourselves here within Sarnau as my guests, and I will then open your door and see you home.
That works out because we still have to figure out where we want to hide this next book, right? We still haven't even figured out where we want to plant it, so we can come back later.
Anywhere within Sarnau, and I can attempt to protect over the next couple of decades until you return, if you wished to utilize it here. But it would be best for me not to know. That way I am not tempted. So I'm going to take my prizes and leave you with yours. And thank you once again for... This is going to be so good. Turns around and he's got like a spring in his step as he walks out with the box with the magical panties in it.
The legendary magical panties.
God, I've been waiting for that reveal for so long.
Aerith just has a mixture of disgust and confusion on their face, just like, what the fuck did we just do? We did all that for this?
It's called a panty raid, Aerith.
Yeah. And the flag.
The flag was the main goal. That was just the bonus prize,
Extra.
which, yeah,
Also,
not what I was expecting.
Yeah, you and me both.
Nick is just a little disappointed. It's like super secret magical item hidden away. We had all this items. Fucking panties.
I mean, they were magical in some way, though, so who knows? Maybe they're super, legendary panties.
Yeah, you didn't even try them on.
Plus
Right?
5 to AC.
You just accepted that they were panties and handed them over to Bastille.
We have to. We need to.
Ken can attune to the panties. He's got the slots.
We need to ritually cast Identify. We need to know what it does. Bastille, get back here. We need to know what it does.
Do you want to? Do you want to?
I want to know what it does.
I'm not touching them.
Do you cast Identify on them, Nick?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't actually have like a magic item card for them, but essentially they produce an aura of charm magic, like enchantment magic, that enthralls and accelerates the libido of anybody who looks upon them. And if they're being worn by someone, then that someone is the pure and total focus of all of that attention.
That sounds.
Well, why would you even want it?
Think about where they were. Powerful magic items hidden
And it's connected
with the
to her
only way to
bedchamber.
connect to it from her bedchamber.
Why wouldn't
and if
she
you-
want it?
And if you removed it, well, a door slammed shut from the only other way that people could go or leave.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ.
Titania is a freak.
Welcome to the Feywild, man.
Yeah. This is a good thing. I'm still confused. How is Bastille going to get us back? We used a wish to get here, and we're not even sure we accomplished the wish.
Is the icon on this still like
Yeah, is the
vibrant
sword
and
symbol-
noticeable?
Mm-hmm. As you stand here in this room, Bastille running away like a giddy child, you kind of look down at your hands, and while it doesn't shine like a flashlight to bring attention, it looks more of like a henna tattoo, but it is illuminated with golden light that shines from within, and it looks very bright, like you are on the right path.
What are we doing?
But I feel like we haven't accomplished. Because the wish was the ability to save friends and family, or something along that line, correct?
I wish safe transport into the Feywild to save my friends and family.
It's so ambiguous.
I'm sorry.
No, it was.
I don't know if we've accomplished that or not. All we've done is raided Titania's panty drawers, apparently.
I mean,
Yeah, it's the $1 million question, right? Because maybe something's gonna happen. We gotta stop coming up, or maybe the gala is where it broke bad. They got caught trying to raid it, and that's what set off.
Well, and if that's the case, did we not just change the entire future?
I mean, probably.
I'm
We wish to save friends and family, right? So I'm pretty sure we're gonna end up doing that. Hopefully, there's no crazy repercussions. I mean, it was wish, so you never know how bad things could get or how good they could get for us.
Won't the
I don't-
consequences be fun to find out?
Hell yeah, they will be.
I just thought of another thing. What if we're supposed to remain here 20 years so that we meet Rose when she grows up, when she comes back, and then we help her then
I mean, then we get a free vacation, I guess.
for
Yeah.
20 years?
Yeah, but
I will
out of-
say, in the first meeting with Archie, he did also say that there was a door that he could see that had been following you.
Not creepy, but thanks.
I guess
Okay.
whenever we do the last objective, the door opens.
And we get
Yes.
sucked in.
If only the door would tell us what the objectives are.
Maybe
The
it's another
door
little door.
is having so much more fun watching you guys scramble.
The objective is sun? What does that even mean?
Also-
so good.
Also, I just thought we should definitely like hide the Dex book here in his house, like under the floorboards or something. He said he didn't want to know where, but
I'm down.
Yeah, wherever you guys think would be most appropriate for us to retrieve it after the fact.
he said
It served
that he
served me
owes us-
well, so.
As long
Is
as
there-
it's in Star now, he'll protect it.
right? can I go around on the floor and like try to find a loose board?
Sure, roll me an investigation.
Flash of genius.
Okay.
Investigation. 5.
10. So Mia kind of gets down on the ground and starts like tapping around. The floorboards seem pretty solid. The construction in the manor itself seems pretty hardy. Doesn't look like there are any little nooks that could be easily accessed without having something created.
Alright, I'll make a
Try
hole.
searching.
Sure, roll me an
Hold
investigation.
up. Let's not. Let's up.
Couldn't we just
No,
put
well,
it
I was-
in the demi
I
plane?
was-
Hide a hole. Yeah. Let me investigate.
Well, then time, I don't know, time would be...
Time doesn't pause in the demi plane.
You
Otherwise, Eris bomb would have been fine.
kind of like get down on the ground as well and start tapping around. You find the same thing about the floorboards. The floor here seems pretty solid against the ground, but as you start to look around, the bookshelves look like they are set up against the wall, and potentially there's like a little bit of a gap behind it that you'd have to like shift one of the bookshelves out just a little bit to make room, but you could hide it maybe behind there.
Or
There's
I
not
can
a
make-
lot of like nooks and stuff
I
here.
can
that's...
make a hole, and it's temporary. I'm not gonna break a hole. But I can make a little hole in the floor and put it down there, and then the hole will go away.
Pass wall.
Yes.
Quick way to bury something.
Okay.
Just real quick.
Add...
Because that way I can leave a little note too.
Okay.
And potentially detonate a fireball in here.
Yeah.
It's fine. That wouldn't happen.
Destroy the book.
It's magical.
You would be
But I'll-
breaking Aerith's heart if you destroyed the book.
Yes.
It's a magical item. It's fine. But I'll make a hole in his floor and put it down underneath the floor.
Okay. All right. You cast out your pass wall spell as the floor itself like folds apart and spreads apart. The ground itself like sucking off to the side as the opening is created. Drop the book in as Mia's magic explodes.
Yeah. Hold on. It's fine.
48,
Wait,
52. No, that's a shield.
Oh, okay.
Ah.
48.
The unicorn.
The unicorn.
We could bury a unicorn with the book.
Unfortunately, he disappears in a minute, but
Yeah.
What if it dies?
I don't know.
Let's not kill a unicorn.
You technically could, but as you cast out the spell, the ground itself pulls apart, and then as you throw the book in and close it back up, you hear out from beyond the walls of the demiplane, a unicorn runs into the room and like shakes its beautiful golden mane and looks over at each of you.
My
and you
unicorn
can hear,
Unicorn.
you
Is it
hear-
20 years younger? Is it like adolescent unicorn?
it doesn't look like the same unicorn. It looks a little
Aw.
bit different. It looks maybe like its dad or its mom.
Unicorn friend.
But it kind of like waves its head back and forth, and you hear a variety of languages in your mind: Celestial, Sylvan, and then finally Elvish, which I think at least a few of you can understand. I know Oni has Celestial. Same.
I have Elvish.
Enough that it's kind of like all three going on at the same time. Good evening, friends. Where am I?
This is the Feywild. We brought you here just to say hi.
Well, hello.
Definitely on purpose.
Are any of you harmed? Would any of you need any assistance today?
Oh, I don't think so, actually. For the first
Oh,
time, none of us
Oni
were
just slugged someone. Yeah, they are. No.
Oh, this might take more than one round to heal.
Yeah. Right? Oni punching somebody.
Unicorn will just sort of clop around. This
Heck
is interesting. I have never seen a room like this.
Oh, I thought you were
This is-
just gonna leave it there. Oh, I've never seen a room before.
Well, I sense my time coming to an end.
No.
To see you again, dear friends. And he runs and jumps into the wall and back into the astral sea or wherever he
Did he
came
just
from.
smash through the window, or did he like?
He like jumped at the wall, and as he did, he disapparated into the
Okay.
wall. There was like a ripple of magic along the wall as he just
He
and
just
out.
shatters through the window. Bye.
Yeah, I'm not destroying anything. I'm just painting the scene.
Alright, well, I will let Passwell drop then, and then I'm gonna just, with like a little knife or something, I'm gonna carve a little heart into that floorboard, and then an M next to it.
Okay. Oh, that's right. We were because I'm sorry. We're on this map, so I thought we were still in the demi-plane, but you had gone back out into to bury it out there. Yeah. Okay.
You didn't
Then
even bring us to the demi-plane, so it's okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're still at the inn.
The most really.
Oh my god, old Ken and Mia.
Yeah, they were up there, and here's the unicorn token that I just danced across the screen. And there's Bastille from earlier. Yeah, I'm good at this, guys. I know what I'm doing.
It's fine. We were
It's
theater of
fine,
mind.
yeah,
games.
we were
Theater,
theater of
it's
mind.
the perfect theater of mind. As you lower it into the hole within Bastille's kind of like sitting room, living room chamber, the floor closes up around. The unicorn jumps through a wall and out into the ephemeral celestial lands where it was summoned from. The book has been secured. You carve a little heart into the floorboard right above where it is, and then probably like drag like a rug over or something to cover that up.
It's fine. He wouldn't even notice, I'm sure.
There, the future is saved.
Well,
All right.
I guess I'm going to attune to Snicker Snack.
Okay. As the unicorn danced around and pranced for everybody, Aerith, you heard Gil, the heart. Unicorns, so full of themselves. Ken, you sit down on the comfortable couch within his sitting area and take Snicker Snack in your hand, and as you open up your mind, yes, brother, it is time. It is you I have been destined to find. These millennia wielded by her, kept prisoner. Together we shall cut them low. We shall bring them to heal and restore the balance of good to your world, as I carved the dragons from this one.
Oh, so there were dragons here before.
Long and long and long ago. Before and before and before. Titania's past I was wielded, and the Fey dragons destroyed. The chromatics influence over them to complete the chaos of their destruction to absolute. Wield me, my brother, and we shall rid the material of them as well, and bring about a golden age where our kin fly free.
Sounds like a plan. Well, I think formal introductions are in order. My name's Ken Silverlight, and as you've surmised, by blood and by bond, I name Bahamut as my one true father. Well, adoptive. It's a long story. We'll talk about it over a campfire later. But yeah.
Well, I would hear this story. I am known as Snicker Snack. My true name lost to the ages and to the wiles of the Fae. But I have come to appreciate its frivolity and the expectation presents.
Well, Snicker Snack, you're gonna be right at home with us. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be real fun. I actually have one particular chromatic in mind that you're gonna love to cut up.
Then our mission is clear. Our objective before us. March hand in hand with our allies.
So cool.
So as Ken is attuned. Go ahead.
I was about to say, I guess just let me know when attunement is complete, and I'll just slide Snicker Snack over to the inventory.
Okay, you are attuned. So as you finish this conversation, the rest of you looking down as Ken tunes to the sword, it happens almost faster than you're expecting. Usually it takes about an hour to create this bond, but as Ken reaches out to the sword, and the sword seems to reach out to him, this conversation is all that is needed. And you feel that power of the blade, weapon more innately magical than... The only thing more powerful than it that you've wielded is Ascalon.
Stronger than Justice?
In its current form, yeah. It's stronger than Justice. It's a +3 sword.
Oh, yeah, fair.
So Justice is close, but it is technically more powerful. In this very moment.
Yeah. Great sword proficiency to my list.
Yup. It's a good way to get proficiency, man, to just have it included in the weapon. That's so nice.
You can't go wrong with it.
Right? So as Ken is attuning, anything anybody else wants to do, or do you guys just want to have a couple chill days here in Sarnau, where you can do a few trainings, and we can just narratively do maybe a few beats?
I mean, Oni's gonna hold the statue up like so. I mean, who do we give this to?
What was...
We gotta...
Was there another item that we got?
There were 3 items on pedestals, and then the chest in the middle, and the 3 were the bird, the harp, and the book. The book's been buried. You have the harp.
No, the Dex book
the
has
book
been
was
buried.
buried. Yeah.
I've got the
You buried
wisdom book
Dex
on
book.
me.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. Okay, I need to hold on.
Oh,
I was
that's
changing
right. The book was a wisdom book. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
changing my notes because I forgot. It's gonna go ahead and just cross this out right here. XX.
God damn, I got a +13 to hit with Snicker Snack.
Is that
But
using
yeah,
your?
that bird
That's-
is unaccounted
that's-
for. So
That's
who
my
wants it?
strength. That's just my strength. I don't
Right.
know if you were gonna let it slide to let me use my intelligence. But
Well, you
that-
can absolutely.
yeah, it's a magic thing, so
Yeah,
you
there's
can.
there's no let it slide on that. That is just part of Artificer,
Bet.
Right?
Intelligence it is.
because it's all about knowing how to wield those items effectively. And even if you might not be strong enough to wield it physically, which Ken actually is, you can use the magic inherent within it to manipulate the object.
Okay,
It's
so
the whole
I'm gonna-
logic.
Let me make sure I'm doing this right. Open up the fucking option thing.
It should be it should still be the same, right? Because
Yeah,
you got a 21 strength, and you should have a 20 int, right?
Yeah.
yeah, that looks good. That looks right.
Okay.
So it should be straight. Conveniently having 2 main stats that are like the same modifier is handy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. That's real good.
Who's
Yeah,
taking
I'm
the
down
bird?
to. I'm gonna take up Bastille's offer. Just hang out, train for 3 days, and then we can skedaddle.
Well, there's another offer on the table too from Oni.
Oh,
Yeah, circling back around, somebody's got to take the statue, right? We found out it's super good. Somebody needs it.
I mean,
Who wants it?
I mean, someone, yeah, Arif suggested one of the front. Who suggested one of the frontliners?
That was Oni.
Okay. I say Oni has it.
Yeah, sounds fun to me.
I mean, y'all sure? Like,
Oh.
I'm willing to let
Actually,
anybody.
I will say
I'm
this.
not really like drawn to it. I'm gonna be honest with you. If somebody thinks they could get more use out of it, feel free. I just didn't want us to forget that we got this dope ass bird statue.
Well, I was also gonna say Oni doesn't get hit very often, and you have to be at half health
Well, true.
for the dragon to activate.
So then Ken, because
Yeah.
he gets hard.
I
He
would-
gets targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Ken or Aerith, because Aerith, you kind of like flex between being melee and ranged. And when you do go melee, you do get hit.
Yeah,
Well,
I would
not
be
as
I would be
often.
a-okay. Cause I mean I'm gonna be honest. I get hit a fuck ton, but it's with bosses. Like they look at me hard because I punch them a lot. But like outside of boss encounters, I don't really get hit. So I definitely think one of you two would be like benefit more from it.
Oh, well. Aerith, all you?
All right, I guess I'll carry it with me.
Keep it on your shoulder like a pirate.
At some point, Bastille comes back into the room and probably joins you guys because you're in his house after he has stored away the treasure chests.
You're in his house.
We can't be trusted.
Oh, you're just here, and he wants to be here too. So he's just like he's just hanging out. He's like, don't mind me. I'm just going to have a little bit of a smoke and enjoy my day. Just got like a cigarello or a cigar, smoking away.
I just remembered something, and I wanted to ask Bastille, but I'm not sure how forthcoming he's going to be with the information.
Hmm.
How does he prepare the Celestial Lotus to drink as a tea?
Do you ask him?
I mean, might as well.
Worst he can do is laugh.
Yeah, or say no.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Oh, I want to use Flash for this. I'm going to use
give
Flash
you-
for this.
Or I could give you a Ben
Oh
Luck.
my
but-
god.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I saw that coming. Something told me, I was like, yeah.
Bastille kind of looks at you and raises an eyebrow. Why would you need to know?
No, I was just curious because, well, I know I saw that it was being aired way back when, and I was just curious about the process.
Yes, there are some minor spell works that go into drying and kind of properly containing the small bits of arcane, natural, and celestial energies that are all mingled within it, but I unfortunately don't know the details. I leave that to Fed, mostly. Or Harrow.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
ask Kara.
yeah, alchemy isn't really my forte. I eventually want to specialize in all of the schools of artificery, so I could then teach it to worthy students in the future. So, I don't know. Figured I'd at least make the first kick of the rock on the road, as it were.
Well, all we have to do is ask Harrow. Where'd Harrow go?
He's around. Here's actually kind of like sits back. No, wait. He went to go and fill his wife in on the festivities and to spend some time with his child. It's been a few days, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where's his house?
It's just down the street. Would you like me to show you?
Yeah, let's let Harrow have some time with his family. We can visit him, I guess, another time. Maybe tomorrow.
Alright.
But yeah. So I have Snickersnack. Aerith has the bird
And the harp.
and the harp.
Play us a song, bro. Now that you got it equipped.
I don't have it attuned yet. I'm still on the fence. If did we, what did we decide on my weapon?
It would have to be. So, if you wanted the Sicarius to not need attunement, then we would need to basically restrict it to one of the two forms. You'd either have to give up the range or the melee.
Does he get to keep the int thing though?
Yeah,
No.
that's why it was attunement.
Would I?
Well, no.
Because that's what
no.
that's what I figured would be the reason why I would need to
Mhm.
attune would be.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
it uses your int. Yeah.
That's why I think it was attunement to begin with.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
was what it
that's
was.
why.
Okay.
Well, as soon as we get back, then make sure you come find Bastille's house and get that book.
I mean, my dexterity isn't horrible. It's at an 18, so
Well, it'll
Right.
be at
Not
a
bad.
20. It'll be at a 20.
it would be
Yeah.
at a 20.
Yeah, and then you wouldn't need to use your int to use your weapon.
It's just my intelligence is a +6, so
Yeah.
it would be a 1-point difference, but that's really not much.
Right. Yeah.
Now, the wisdom book.
Do you want to trade dexterities?
I already did, not anymore.
What about strength or con? We could trade those, right?
Why? What's your strength?
My strength is 6.
He's just a little guy.
My strength is 7.
Same.
Yeah, trade strength real quick.
Go for it.
Of you,
I am slightly stronger.
we could have Ken on one side of a rope and the three of you on the other, and you would lose at a tug of war game.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And just think, we're lucky that he's an artificer, so that he could put that belt on. Because otherwise, we would have no strength characters at all.
I know.
And my constitution is at a 17. So
I got an 8.
I'm not trading that, dude.
I got an 8.
So, his dice were so unkind to him during character creation. It was so unfortunate. But I love the story that you crafted.
It works though, because I'm
It
like,
works
you know
so
what?
well.
I wanted
He's just a
old
little
as
old
hell.
man.
and he's an old man, so
Yeah.
this is perfect.
It has the best. I'm an old man. I'm lost. I love it. Just, God, not. All right. So, because we're kind of in an ephemeral time space here, did you want to talk to Harrow? Because they can show you. He was just giving you sass because.
Well, we
that's
gotta
what he
decide
wanted to do.
the book thing before we get
Right,
into
wisdom.
ephemeral, because we could definitely get that knocked out
Yep,
in
that was
3
it.
days. So
Absolutely.
I would like to put my hand up as a potential wielder of wisdom book, but
So did you think about my question? If we can beeline it here, can we leave it with the dex? Would it also come back online?
Is it
There's only about-
offline?
No, but if we read it, I was asking, because time's weird. If we left it here with the time shenanigans, would it come back online? Because if that was the case, we could get double dipped in the book. You know what I mean?
Probably not.
Ooh,
It would take a bad twist of time. It would mean that about 80 years within the whatever that weird knot is has passed. And from what Nick saw of Rose, when he finally punched through that thread, they weren't that much older. They were older, but not that much older. So you could estimate you've probably got about 20, maybe 30 years of time to work with to age the book.
Gotcha. Okay, so
Yeah.
it's one and gun.
Kinda, yeah. But it'd be enough for the Dex book to be able to get online.
Yeah,
it was
because
close.
he used only. I tried to line it up so that if we had something like this or a follow-up campaign, somebody would be able to use it next.
Mhm.
So that's pretty convenient.
I mean, I was fine with giving the book to Oni because I don't think anyone else has much use for it.
Wisdom
No?
is useful for everyone. That's perception and wisdom saves and insights.
Well, he would benefit like by far the most because
True.
he's a monk.
Hmm.
I
And he's
definitely am.
already
I
our
am
main
gonna
character.
throw. I am gonna throw my hat in the ring also with Ken, but I'm not gonna be like it's mine. You know.
I mean, all else fails, rollies.
Okay, but if I lose, you got to give me Snicker snack.
And Aerith Rose or Aerith and Mia.
I don't
Nick,
use
I mean,
wisdom
I know you
saving.
guys aren't really interested in taking the book, but any insight on who should have it? Any votes?
Just because it would make Oni so much scarier.
He doesn't need to be scarier. He's already terrifying.
I mean, it would technically benefit Oni the most because he uses wisdom more than the rest of us.
But I don't want it to get lopsided here either. You know, like because like Kate said, literally everybody benefits from it. I do want it, but like don't just 100% funnel it to me. You know what I mean? Because
It wouldn't really.
any of you guys would also
That was
benefit
that
from
was
it.
why I
Well,
picked
I was
wisdom.
gonna say,
I
Ken,
figured
what is
wisdom
your
could be
wisdom?
useful for everybody.
Yeah, that's survival, perception,
Insight, medicine.
insight.
Hmm.
Ken, what's your wisdom right now, actually?
13.
Okay. We'll get you to 15. And then actually, that's for your meditation with Ascalon, right?
Yes.
If you're at 15 though, I feel like it would be a waste giving you because it gives you 2, and then you'd be 1 off from the thing instead of just taking an ASI or like a half feat.
True.
I mean, he could get the book, and then the next ASI improvement, he does a half feat, so he gets a +1 in wisdom and then a feat. I don't know. I could see it benefiting both you guys the most.
Yeah.
You two are
I mean,
definitely.
I'm fine
the top
rolling for it if you want to,
pick.
because
Yeah,
it does
Rollies,
it does
rollies,
benefit all of us.
rollies, rollies.
Yeah, let's do it.
I can give one of you a 20 and one of you a 1.
No,
Nicholas
we're
can-
rolling a D2.
Nicholas can put his foot on the scale.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna-
what else are you gonna use it for
I'm
tonight?
I'm not doing that.
You should have gave him the nat 20 on the question about the Lotus.
I could have.
Yeah, you gotta use it for something because you're gonna lose it at the end of the day,
That
right?
is true. We're not doing anything. No combat. And I get the nat 20 and the 1.
The most
Uh,
powerful combo I think you've ever gotten.
Yeah.
You could fight each other. I mean, I'm cool if you guys just want to. I just don't have anything like.
Nick gives himself a nat 20 on some crazy spell, and the other person a nat 1 on the save just because.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
So you guys doing rollies?
Rollies, rollies,
Rollies,
rollies, rollies,
And
rollies.
each roll me a d20. There was very little that could have beaten that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it goes to Ken. I think it's what 24 hours total.
48 hours over the course of a week.
Okay, so keep track of that, Ken, for all the hours that you spend studying it. Remember the trials and tribulations Aerith went through while you guys were doing this, because he was like riding in the RV studying that int book,
Yeah.
clattering around on the road. So
Yeah, I was gonna spend 3 days straight reading it to try to bury it when I thought we could double dip.
that would walk out of it like, oh, I'm so tired.
Yeah, because you know I get 20 hours in a day, you know, because of the.
Right.
So I was like, I could definitely do it and then bury it, and we could come back later for it.
Yeah, it was a good thought, but I'd say only about maybe 30 years at most is going to pass. Okay.
All right.
There is the divvying of goods, so... Is there anything else you guys wanted to do? as we go into the next, let's say, the next day. As Bastille runs around his house like a kid in a candy store, kind of preparing for his
I
grand
got
show
pennies.
tomorrow
I got
morning.
pennies. I got
Yeah.
Titania's pennies.
Whatever you all do, just meet me in town square, just middle of the day tomorrow. Just middle of town. You'll see the big flagpole. Just be there, and I'll just hoist it up together. And until then, enjoy the city, enjoy your time here. And if you need anything from me, you know where to find me. Harrow's just down the street, and your rooms at the Morning Wood are still yours. So enjoy your time.
Okay. I guess I'll go ahead and get cracking on this book.
Okay. Ken makes himself comfy and starts reading through the book. What are the rest of you doing?
Just chilling. I'm just gonna knock out trainings each day, but otherwise I don't have any.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anything
I'm in the
else?
same boat.
Cool.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Meditation
Yeah.
and meditation and reading.
Okay.
Other than that night, Mia will look at Ken and just like, so how often does that sword talk to you?
Pretty
Um,
often. Like,
Yeah, he's a pretty chatty one, but he means good.
Um,
It's kind of weird having. Well, I've had a voice in my head before, but this one's.
This
is
one's
not
gonna
bad.
be sticking around.
right. I mean, if you don't.
Did you want to talk to Snickersnack?
Oh no. Actually, the opposite. I was gonna say, like, while we're here, can you not have him around? It's a little weird.
Oh, yeah. That's fine.
It just seems like, I don't know. I can't hear him, and he's talking, and it's just a little weird. Sometimes maybe that he talks to you.
what is wrong, brother? I sense apprehension in you, fear, and adrenaline response. Are you okay?
No, Mia's concerned about us having this, I guess, mental link, and I guess she's concerned that that could cause some issues during certain times that we're together. So,
Our connection is deeper than a mental link. I am an extension of you, and you hear my voice as I will it. We are but one, and to silence one half of oneself is to hinder it.
yeah.
As you've been having this conversation with him, Mia, Ken kind of goes like a little slack-eyed.
Yeah, she's just kind of standing there, like, okay.
I'm sorry, but Mia, I assure you, everything's gonna be fine. It's just, he's just really chatty and very enthusiastic about killing some evil dragons. So, I assure you, everything's gonna be fine.
Yes, it will be. Once we've returned the material and lay low our enemy, then everything will finally be fine.
Yeah, so I guess it depends on your definition of fine.
Okay. So,
It-
come over here, sit down. Tell me what's wrong. Tell me exactly what your concerns are.
It's not really a concern, more. And she'll just like sit down and she's like, just. It sounds dumb, but whenever he talks to you, you stop paying attention to me, and it makes me sad.
Oh, no, that is not the case, Mia. You will always have the higher priority. Regardless of what goes on, I care about you a lot, and that will never change. You will always have a priority. Or
You
have
know.
the priority.
I don't know, I also don't like the idea of him always listening all the time.
Tell her that it is fine. We are allies. I mean you no harm. I mean this relationship no harm.
Mia, I understand your apprehension, but everything is okay. Really. You will always be my priority. Just different. Not sure how to describe it, but it's nothing negative. Like, this is.
If you want, I can close my eyes and hum to myself, give you a little privacy.
What a cool guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ken is just gonna try his best to take our hands into his and just like look at her like directly in the eyes. It's like, Mia, I assure you, you will always be my priority. Yes, the weapon is formidable and will help us greatly with what we gotta do, but I will always be there for you, no matter what.
I don't doubt that, and I'm not saying that you won't. I'm just saying that we're never alone anymore.
That's true.
That's the biggest thing.
Tell you what. Sticker stack.
Yes, brother.
Would it be possible to temporarily disengage our bond during nighttime, and then we can reactivate it first thing in the morning?
Make me a persuasion check.
Might as well put in a flash of genius.
Just in case.
You got that nat 20, Nick. You can help your boy out.
17.
It's only for the nighttime. Me is concerned that with us intertwined now, it interferes with our bonding. As you might have surmised when we blinked, she's very special to me. I want to do what I can to, assure her feelings and to do right by her.
Very well, brother. You have rescued me from the current Titania, and if this is your desire, then I will silence and deafen myself through the evening, breaking our bond and enabling you privacy. I fear that it would be detrimental or be set upon in the eve by a dragon, but I trust your instincts to know when the time is right.
Yeah, not a problem. I'll I thank you a lot. This will I will try my best to make you I guess what's the phrase I'm looking for? Live up to your trust in me. There we go. And I want to be able to have everyone together in harmony.
I hope so.
If we're going to do what we're set out to do.
And I agree. Working together is the only way forward. So, what shall be our code word to activate or deactivate our link? How shall you signal to me that it is time to isolate myself?
guess for
I was trying not to use safe word, but that's fine.
I guess before resting for the evening, I'll simply say, rest well, Snicker Snack. And then once it's time to, set off, I'll just simply say, rise up, Snicker Snack. So, just nothing too complicated. Just a simple rest well and rise up.
I can get behind that. Very well. I shall remember, and I shall do my best to. No, I shall do my best to serve you in any way that you shall so seek. You are the dragon.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And please don't think of me as, try not to think of this as a master-servant relationship. I'd like to think of us as friends with a common goal.
Can you give me another persuasion check? Hey. I do see that. You have the best intentions at heart. I will do my best to help you safeguard and enact those intentions.
Thank you, Snicker Snack. I appreciate that. All right, lock it back in on Mia. Okay.
She's just sitting there, like, staring at you
Great
quietly
news.
as you talk to yourself.
Great news. Snicker Snack has agreed to limit our connection during nighttime so we can be alone. So during the evenings we can temporarily sever our connection so we can have our time to bond and relax, and then
Okay.
in the morning we can reconnect and then set out.
Okay. I do appreciate it. It's just a little weird that you're talking to the sword. But
Yeah, that's
get
understandable.
used to it.
Yeah, if you'd met me a couple months ago, I was actually talking directly to myself for a little bit there, and yeah, that was a trip. But yeah, we're all good. So did you have any plans, or did you want to just hang out with me while I study this book?
Well, I
sure.
do want to hang out with you, but that sounds kind of boring.
Yeah, that's fair. Hey, maybe go say hi to Harrow. Go find Harrow for go with you. Go say hi to Harrow and his wife.
Yeah,
Go say
I
hey
do
to the
want to
baby.
be. Right?
Oh,
And
how
it's-
Ken did a quick 180. First it was, no, Mia, don't go over there. Let him have his alone time with his family. Snicker Snack will do that to you.
So as you sit back down, returning to your studies, Mia, you head off to go find Aerith? Or are you
No,
just
I'm gonna
heading to
go
Harrow's?
bother Harrow.
Okay. You hear a voice in your mind, Ken. That went well, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, again, you've probably been scanning my mind when we did our connection, but she's my first proper romantic relationship, so it's kind of we're taking it day by day. I'm still learning how to properly, respond to her feelings and make sure I'm doing right by her. And, I'm just glad she's just so great.
Can
So
see that in how
just
you
really
see
lucky to
her.
have her.
Yes. Our bond does not give me your knowledge, but it does give me insight into your character. And I can see that you do care for her very deeply and truly. And I can see that she cares for you. But we must keep our mission on our mind. The dragons are insidious. They are manipulative. They will do everything to wrest power from good for chaos. And the heart is important in maintaining perspective, but it can be distracting.
Yes, you're right. Dad always made sure to emphasize always finding the balance between the order and the chaos. It always seems that all of his lessons are applicable to pretty much any scenario. I understand what I understand what you're trying to say.
Yes.
So thank you.
Kind of just, you feel as the presence recedes a little bit, and it seems to be just sort of observing and watching. As Mia runs out to go down to Harrow's. Is there anything anybody else wants to interject with or join along with? You head down the street, past a couple of smaller houses, and as you are wondering which one it is, and wondering maybe you should go back and ask Bastille, you hear Sarah's voice in the distance and the laughing of a baby. You kind of like run up and turn around a corner, and you can see a small garden with Sarah and the baby sitting out front. Harrow is sitting next to them, like on a bench, and as you turn the corner and look at them, he locks eyes with you and raises a hand, and she raises one hand and waves, and the baby puts both hands in the air and blows raspberries.
See? Mia just waves with both hands and runs over to them. Hey, I found you.
You did. Welcome. I didn't expect to see you at our home. Sarah turns to Harrow. What kind... Excuse him. Sorry. Hi, it's good to see you again. He's been filling me in on everything you guys just went through, and that sounds like it was an absolute blast.
It was a lot, but it was a lot of fun. And then some bad stuff happened a little bit, but not really, honestly, not that bad.
That's good. Like, what kind... he said everything went, like, well,
Well,
were
it
you
did go
hiding things
well.
from me?
No, just the fact that Titania was not super happy about things, but I feel like that was kind of given.
That was the point, my
Right.
dear.
So not bad, but like, I feel a little bit bad because I don't like to make people sad. Or I guess she's
see.
less sad and more furiously angry.
I see, yes. The dilemma of a good person. I wouldn't let it weigh too heavily on you. Nothing that she has, she got without taking from somebody. Very little here comes without something attached to it. Especially something of that power, so...
Plus, Bastille said that you guys do this all the time, like, back and forth, and it's really not that, like, out of the ordinary. So...
That's how it was done, and how he wants it to be done. It's been a while since something like this happened, especially without the people getting, stopped along the way, so... This should create a bit of change, which was his point, to alter the very fabric of our political fabric.
Good change, right?
Change can be either. It's really what you do with it, right? Like, how you react to it, how you seize it. You can't really control too well what effect the change will come in, but we take each day and try to understand that the world is constantly changing and has been and always will be. And sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. But the good are the ones that you should focus on, because those keep you going through the bad.
Great. I think that it'll be good.
I hope so. I trust Bastille to lead us through wherever this is gonna take us next. He's done right by our people, and not all of the Bastilles have.
That's still a little confusing, but I don't really understand a lot of things very well. But I liked him more than Titania.
So do I. Mom of our friend. I do too. And I have known him for a long time. He was actually the reason that Harrow and I found each other. Harrow was a guardsman within the Winter Court, and I was a up-and-coming mage. But I was never really that good at it. I just had a little bit of a natural affinity. Harrow, though, he carries a presence, and she kind of like looks over at him as he's looking at her like, what are you trying to say? That emboldens Bastille, strengthens him, and helps, I don't know, elevate our people a little bit. So when we met, I just knew that my life was to follow him wherever. And that was all I needed to know. Since then, change has just been part of life. We moved here. I had them. They've changed every day. She kind of like looks down at the baby as they're crawling through the mud, like slapping their hands into the grass and dirt out front of their house. So change is good, as long as you look at it and only try to see the good.
Well, I do agree with that. I mean, most of the change that I've seen recently hasn't been so good, and I don't really know a lot past that. But most of the change I've been a part of has been both good and bad.
They all are. Like I said, change isn't either. It's a mix of both. Always is. There's always pain. There's always apprehension and fear. But there's also excitement and love, passion. All the things that make life really worth it, you know? So, I'm sure that you've seen a lot of change, both good and bad. And I think that the mark of a happy person is someone who does their best to see the good change and not focus on the bad.
Yeah. I just wish that we, or at least the ones I'm with, mostly Ken and Aerith, I wish they could stop being the ones that are doing the changing and just relax sometimes. So you always have to do such hard things.
I know the feeling. She puts a hand on Harrow's knee and he kind of takes her hand in his and just rubs her hand and is just listening to the two of you talk. I worry for him every time. That's loving people. You can't control them. You gotta love them and let them be and hope that the change that they experience changes them for the better.
I just want them to stop trying to get themselves killed, honestly.
Not necessarily a concern for us here, but I can understand the fear.
Oh, anyways, I was here because Ken wanted to know from you, Hera. Ken wanted to know how to make the tea stuff with the flowers.
There's a magical incantation that can be used to dry them quickly. Nothing I can cast myself, but actually no, he's a paladin. He can't do it. Fuck that. I know the simple spell work, but it's all fey magic. I can try to teach him if you want.
Sure, or you could teach me.
Sure. Do you have any other flowers that we could work with?
I have one flower. I'll pull it out of my bag.
Were you keeping this for anything special? Or will probably get used as we...
Not really, I guess. Besides the fact that it's pretty.
Okay. Alright. Well, he stands up and then leans over and gives Sarah a kiss on the forehead. I guess I'll go in and make us some tea. And, it's good to see you again, dear. Sarah looks up at him. It's good to be seen. Pats him on the hand. He leads you in. Roll me an intelligence check as you attempt to learn how to translate nature magic into arcane magic.
I'm the best at that.
Harrow's also not particularly intelligent, so it's
It's fine.
What's the worst that could happen?
He had advantage because it's his house, and he rolled a 6.
Nice.
Unfortunately, he makes you a very, very lovely cup of tea, but all of the methodology, he's like, first you need to tap into the winter winds and call them to your hands. Once they're there, you can use that to coalesce around the plant itself, drying it as though it were lost within the colds of the north, colds of winter. You know, it's all very like interpretive.
How did you ray of frost?
Yeah, so that's pretty much what you end up trying to do, and from the little bits that you have, it's too much arcane power. You understand the basics of it, that the flower needs to be dried in a specific way as to not allow any of it to really decay. And through experimenting with it, he can show you kind of that there are the 3 types of magic are all within it. It is a natural item, so it's grown, it's part of nature. But within it is also this kind of swirl of arcane current that you can like the chloroplast itself, were arcane energy, and then the flower petals are absolutely brimming with celestial energy. So you can kind of get an idea as to how it's all these different things brought together in one. But Ray of Frost is just way too attacky. And when you do it, it's like BAM! And it kind of like freezes the countertop, and he goes, I think that might have been a little too much. Well, you can't win them all, but at least you could try this. And he hands you a glass. I warn you, enjoy it, but don't let yourself crave it, because that can be a bad road.
Right. Can I save it? Do I have to drink it now?
It is best enjoyed warm.
What if I warm it up again later?
The magical potency is lost as it cools down.
Yeah.
We should have talked about this before I made you the tea.
Hindsight is 20/20 and all that.
I mean, I can give this to Sarah if you would prefer, and ask Bastille for some of the dried petals that I could provide to you. you could make it on the road.
Yeah. Why don't let you do that? You could give it to her.
Okay.
Unless she would not want it.
No, she's. I mean, we're all a fan, and like I said, it's important to maintain your perspective because it can be very addictive. But at the same time, if you don't allow yourselves to tumble down that rabbit hole, then yeah, it's all fine.
Do that.
Okay. He's going to head back out, and he'll sit down, and she'll take the cup from him. And as you walk out with him, you can see as the baby's still kind of just rolling around in the mud, just getting dirtier and dirtier. And every now and then, Sarah just twists her hand in the air, and prestidigitation just cleans the baby. Wish you
What's
could do that.
what is your baby's name?
They haven't chosen yet. For our people, we choose our names when we get old enough. Who we are is important because we can become anybody. And so we have to have some idea as to who we actually are. Being given a name, it doesn't necessarily instill that feeling of possession.
Right. How do you talk to each other until you have a name then?
I mean, easily. Come here, dear. She'll kind of like lean over, and the baby will like perk their head up and turn around and like crawl through the mud. That's good. Come here, come here. Oh, let me introduce you to a friend. This is our friend, Annalise. She has been working with your dad and Uncle Bastille, and wants to know what your name is. But I told her that you haven't chosen yet. She kind of like spits raspberries at her mom. I know. No. We just refer to them as the baby, the child, our love, the dear, the nicknames that you use for the people important to you. Her name will be important. Their name will be important for them. But to me, they'll just always be my child. And that's the only name I need for them.
That's nice. She'll just reach down and pat the baby on the head.
Pat the baby on the head. They kind of like look at you questioningly and then like reach up with their hands towards your hand.
This is all very different than the little bit that I've learned in the material world. And that's honestly a bit confusing.
Don't know a lot about your world.
Me either.
Bestie. I'm sure I know less. But these moments, she kind of like looks out as you've got your hand in the air, and the baby like grabs you by the pointer finger, and you lower your hand down as they like start pulling it closer to them, and like raising their arms up and down, and just kind of like, you know, motioning. These are the good moments. These are the good changes. And these are the memories that I will carry with me forever. No matter what.
I know that feeling. And I will too. I'll remember this too. And now I don't know what I should do because Ken is busy reading and everyone else is doing their own thing, and I don't know what I should be doing.
Why don't you just join us for a little bit? Enjoy some peace and quiet, and revel in the perfection of an infant playing in the mud.
Sounds good to me.
So, Ken, you can knock 12 hours off of your book, as you read pretty much all day today. The rest of you relax, find your own ways to unwind. And if there's anything you wanted to do now, you can let me know if you thought of anything. Otherwise, we can move to the next thing I have. Find your ways to relax. Eventually, you all return back to the morning wood, where you can get some dinner, turn in for the evening, and wake up the next morning to nothing really planned, as you have agreed to take just a few days off and really just relax and enjoy your time. So you sleep in, awaken the next morning. You can go ahead and do your trainings again. Let's go ahead and get those knocked out.
What do we
Goodbye
do
now.
when there's nothing to do?
And that's not
Oh.
far off of what you had.
It's
Hey,
really not.
I'm gonna
Jesus,
use a
right?
charge of my Puzzler's Rate.
Okay.
you spent so long reading, Ken, it really threw you off, you know?
Right.
You close your eyes
Oh my god.
and begin to focus again on that inherent gift, that blood within your body, and all you can see are like survival tricks. You know, when in the woods, you can utilize these. All of this stuff is just overwhelming your consciousness in this moment.
Would you rather
Bear
encounter
Grylls
a
just
bear
playing in
or a
the
man in the woods?
What if that man turned into a bear?
Halson? I mean, what?
Oh no!
Bear.
Oh no! All right, so let's see. Wisdom for Oni. Where? Nope, that's the wrong document. Hold on. That's downsides of power, not.
What would the were equivalent be if it was like a human bit a bear or a wolf, and the wolf turned into a human?
Where sapien?
Chopper from One Piece.
Aha, you gotta do taxes now.
Bear just reverts down into a nasally guy with big rimmed glasses. This is different.
You gotta do
He's like,
taxes
I don't
now.
like this.
Okay, let's see. So Oni's that's 2d6 for Oni on that one. Aerith 22 is 4d6 for Aerith. Nick 24 is 5d6 for Nick.
Damn it, math.
And then while you guys do those were d4s, Nick. While you do the math, I'll be right back.
I got it.
Oh yeah, went up.
There we go. We take those. Almost. Almost. I'm still so far away, actually.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I will get to blind fighting before the tag out with Eidos happens again. I feel like
Yeah.
'cause I have been rolling low.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need 63 more. Just to go up 1 point.
Right.
I need 136.
Oof.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, at least you'll get something. Like, even when I get a +1 to my intelligence, my stat stays the same. Like, I don't get any increase to my modifier.
Well, it won't.
It will still just be a +7. Nothing changes.
Depends on when we level up. 'Cause I know he said he
That-
was planning to do it the next time we leveled up. Not right on the next level, but on somewhere in 16. So there's a good chance Oni doesn't even get blind fighting before.
Right.
16 ASI improvement?
It's
I
every
don't-
4.
It
and then
depends. It
19.
depends.
No, actually, it is. Yeah, it depends on
Yeah.
your class, but for
Oh.
some of them, it is. Yeah.
Because fighter gets an extra ASI in there. I know they get
fighter
one or
special.
two
16
extras.
is a ability score improvement.
Mhm.
There you go.
Yeah. But
So
like
you
if
could
you
take a
multi-class like I
happy-
am, 16 isn't
Yeah.
gonna get me.
How
I mean, I
much
guess it
is-
could if I did fighter, but I'm going the next level for stunning strike.
Yeah.
I need to look at Wizard.
Only intelligence.
Wizard.
No feats, only until.
Well, you could do if you get your one up,
Okay.
and you can do a
Sorry.
half feat.
I could do a half
And-
feat. I don't know what other half feat I would take though that bumps intelligence because I already have telekinetic.
There's Fate Touch,
There's a couple.
Shadow Touch, or maybe not Shadow Touch. There's the Gift of the Dragons, one of them at least.
You guys still got time. Don't worry.
Hey.
Don't worry. Don't worry your pretty little heads too much.
Research.
All Nick's gonna do until he gets hit by one attack and just explodes.
So, as the next day here starts, you guys begin your training. Go get some breakfast. Is there anything on the docket for today? Aside from, well, I guess the first thing that would happen is you would head to Town Square, as you had been invited by Bastille. Correct? Everybody goes?
Yes.
We gotta go watch him raise some panties up the flagpole, right?
Right.
We gotta.
Right? You gotta. As you
Culmination
step
of all our hard work.
into the town square, the bustle of people still moving about. Apparently, somebody also drew a penis on this map sometime. At some point. Never.
It is
It's
the
old Aerith
Feywild.
and old Oni.
It is. But we won't need the map for too long, so I'm not going to worry too much about it.
Okay.
But as you enter into this beautiful central area, the tree just kind of creating this ephemeral glow out from within these like little globe balls in the tree that are glowing with natural and etheric light. You see as Bastille is kind of standing in the center right about here, and there's a group of people that are all kind of like crowding up around him. Harrow's next to him, and he looks over to you, and you can see to his left there are 2 chests, both of them still sealed. And as you look over to him and he sees you coming, he smiles and opens his arms widely and beckons you on over. Friends, good to see you here. All right, are we ready to get started?
I mean, this is what you've been working for, right?
Oh, this is what I have been dreaming about, because this is going to be good. All right.
Then let's do it.
He nods and reaches out one hand. People of Sarnau, I am Lord Bastille, King of the Winterlands, and I am here to give you all a gift. A first glimpse at a marvelous and beautiful treasure from beyond the realms of winter. Something that has only been owned up until now by the Summer Court. The fairy flag of summer. There's this kind of like din of whispers that go across, and as he turns to his side, he puts his hands together. Okay, here we go. And he reaches over to the big box and he flips both latches on either side, and as he opens it up, there is this golden light that radiates out, and as it opens up further and further, it gets brighter and brighter and brighter until it looks as though the sun itself is rising out of the chest. The light becomes so bright that you each have to like blind yourselves, kind of closing your eyes and turning away, as it looks like you are staring into the very heart of the sun. And as you hear, that feels good. Okay! Bastille reaches out his arm, and as you hear him shout, you then open your eyes and see the light has faded. He reaches out his arm to the side, grasps at something, and as he pulls his hand up, a root about a foot wide corkscrews out of the ground right next to him, about 6 feet away, climbing higher and higher and higher and higher into the sky till it's about 60 feet up, and it drops this long vine. He then turns around into the glowing gold box and picks up an item out of it, a large piece of cloth that is all glowing with red and golden light. And as he cracks it out into its full length, this massive 7-foot long, 4-foot wide flag that fills the space, he kind of like moves his shoulders in one fluid motion, throws it to the vine. The vine weaves itself through the flag and dangles off the end. And as the people cheer, he holds up his hands. But wait, my people, for I have more. Your Lord Bastille is not satisfied with merely taking a treasure of political affluence from our more snobby neighbors. I have secured a treasure of deep and wondrous power from Lady Titania herself. He turns and he grabs the other box and he holds it up. Behold her greatest treasure. Sets it down, flips the box open. There's another wave of like that purplish light that glows out over him, but it cascades and then fades away. He lifts out the pieces, he lifts out the panties out of the chest and holds it out. And as people kind of go from like shocked gasps to giggles to confusing, like, what is that? He does the same motion where he throws it at the flag. The vine whips through the different ends of it, and then he snaps his fingers, and the vine snaps hard as it can all the way up. I have raised the greatest treasures of these snobby fools above our city to show them that no matter where they go, no matter what they do, no matter how spectacular they think they are, I am going to laugh at them. And I invite you all to laugh at them with me. And as the people kind of turn to each other and this general like murmur of chuckles builds into a laugh as Bastille starts channeling this deep and it almost seems forced, like he's just putting it on for a show, but this bellowing laugh. What are the five of you doing through all of this?
How long will it take for Titania to figure this out?
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine.
As you ask that, Oni, you have already noticed that several Eladrin have been stepping out of the main square, looking upset. About 4 that you can spot from where you are.
Not very long. I'm just a bystander. I don't know. This.
I'm just curious if you had anything you wanted to do, but as the crowd, Bastille's forced laughter, not coming off like ha 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 ha, but like, you know, not the tightest laugh, but just this deep and stomachy, like deep and billowing laughter, and he would turn and look up. Behold, her greatest treasures. The crowds eventually do crack up into either a genuine laughter or something that is just meant to satisfy him.
Oh boy.
All that work for an elaborate prank.
So he told you from the beginning.
Yeah, I was thinking he was pretty upfront about it. The only part we didn't suspect was that it was going to be panties, but
Yeah.
he was at least honest with us. We'll give him that.
That
So
was one of
far,
the
there could always be that call right before we leave. But you never know.
You know, I am glad I'm not super popular on YouTube. Otherwise, this probably would have get demonetized.
Nah.
You can talk about panties, bro.
Talk about
Right.
panties. YouTube's not that uptight.
I wouldn't be
You're
too
gonna
sure.
get like completely banned just because I
I
said that.
know.
What's the worst that can happen?
As the crowds begin to dissipate, Bastille turns to Harrow, who has kind of the same look on his face as the rest of you, is kind of like a, is this really the smartest play?
Good job. You did it.
I did
Now
it.
what?
I mean, spend your time relaxing, and then I send you all home. You've earned your favor and my aid. I just wish you to have a little bit of respite before returning to the chaos of your own lives, and this seems like a good place to try to seize it.
Is there no shot at like retaliatory actions? You're not worried that she might go a little off the deep end here?
I'm expecting some retaliation. I expect she'll show up here within the next week or so and demand I give her her flag and underwear back, and I will acquiesce. But I won't have any of her other things, and so she will just have to deal with that unfortunate bit of change.
Ken, you have got to finish the book quickly so that we can leave it with a note like, here, we're done with it. You can have this back at least.
You can have this
On
one
the
only.
way, on
He probably already has it open reading as this is progressing.
Yeah, you probably see me just like slightly off to the side, just like book in face.
one last like middle finger to Tanya on our way out.
I mean, I could leave Todd, like resummon Todd here, and then when Titania shows up, Todd can jump at her or something.
Frog attack.
Frog attack. Yeah, no. I mean, when she shows up, we'll have our conversation. And I'm sure she'll be upset, and I will pretend to apologize. But
Are you sure she'll be peaceable? I mean, when we left the town, she had guards literally locking down the entire city.
we've been down this so many times. What do you feel she's going to do? And he kind of like moves over here, sits down on the stairs as the people start bustling away. I have told you we don't die. You've seen it. Look, and he points over to one corner of the town square where you can see the 3 winter guards with Archie, the one winter guard that had been devoured by a T-Rex, standing next to his friends. He doesn't look 100%, but he looks like he's pale, but he's alive. It is not permanent. Life
Yeah.
is the only thing that matters here, because it's everywhere, and it's... The worst she could do would be to imprison me or any other. But that would go against everything that we stand for. She would be...
What if she absorbs you? And you say you're all like part of one big entity?
She could.
Would that not be worse?
She could. But the power of 2 Archfey combined into even one being could be too much. I don't think she would risk it, just as I would never risk trying to take her or Oberon or Venestera.
I mean, you all value freedom. What if she found a way to take all your guys' freedom?
That is the only thing I fear, but I do not believe it a possibility. And you have to understand, our people aren't... They're not like yours. There isn't want within the Feywild. Life is a constant, which means that you don't starve to death. You don't dehydrate as your people do. Our food is a pleasurable distraction from the light pangs of hunger, but it is not a necessity. When life is so prominent, living is the only way for all to get along. Because if somebody starts acting that way, it would mean civil war for all of us. And that hasn't happened in a very, very, very long time. No one wants that. That Feywild is not one that represents life. It could upset the very balance.
I'm sure that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, you're very adamant about that, and I will trust you on it. But there's always the possibility of new things occurring.
You are right. And she has been different lately. I will admit to that. There is a possibility for overreaction, in which case I would rely upon my spies to get me the information I need ahead of time, and I would make whatever proper precautions. I could set guards around the city if you think that would be predominant, or it would be advisable. But I do not... I believe she will show up. Yes. She will definitely come deal with this in person. Which is why I will stay here until she does. But This is how we've always done it, and I have to believe that the Titania I have known I can reach the way that we have always interacted.
Off a chance that Tanya's gone, you need to take precaution. Like just in case. She might sniff out your spies and she might catch you blind. So you need to have a backup plan to the backup plan.
Yeah, we've been encountering issues like this pretty frequently lately. And just because it's always been that way doesn't mean it will always be that way.
He nods and kind of looks up at the flag, just billowing in the wind. This is true. You were right, and I will send the Winter Guard out. Have them create a perimeter and alert me if anything is approaching.
Wait, we don't mean to damper your celebration, though. You did it. It's a victory for you.
I certainly hope so. Now you all have me. Now that it is done and I'm no longer fueled
Running
by
on that adrenaline.
Yes. She would never. Such a thing would... Oberon would never. Chandria would never. No. They would never. If she wishes to unite the Feywild, as she said she does, then she needs to unite a Feywild, not a material plane, not a country. No, this is our way.
Just different
it-
than what we're used to.
Out of character, what if we go find past Tibisia real quick and we plant some seeds and we become the reason he's not actually a good agent for the time, you know? Or, what if we cause that little bit of divide between him and her, and we get a man on the inside retroactively?
Quick, go tell him she sucks.
Would explain why he immediately was just like, I'm a spy, was sent here to capture you. It was such a good story for Herbicia. Oh man. Ended up with Robert.
What a great guy.
Oh man, he was literally the only person Hibisia could trust because he didn't know anybody on the material plane, and everyone from the Feywild wanted his head. And Robert was strong, and the two of them, he could heal Robert, and Robert could protect him. So
Ah, yes, Robert. What the greatest guy to stick by.
yeah, right.
You know.
Jolly good fellow.
Best guy.
As we wrap up the conversation out front of the flagpole, the success of your mission billowing in the wind above you, the panties firmly secured onto the vine so that they can billow right above the flag of summer, which, as the glow fades, is this beautiful sunrise. Looks like this. Actually, no, it would be the noonday sun, high, like a perfect circular sun high on the flag with rays of golden light that almost seem to wave and shimmer off of it as it billows in the wind. Anything else for today? You guys just chilling?
Like a villain. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Reading and meditating. Reading and meditating.
You can get another 12 hours easy. You could push yourself for another 4 to get 16 if you wanted, and you could probably even finish it if you took a level of exhaustion, but that's up to you. 12
Nah.
2 days. No, you need a little bit more than that. Yeah, even if you took a level exhaustion. So
I don't
Alright.
want to risk the level exhaustion, so
Cool.
it is.
all right, as everybody returns to their personal respites. Ken spends the day once again reading through the wisdom book to enhance his inherent survival skills and instincts. The rest of you drift around Sarnau. You drift past the festival grounds where the carnival was. You drift past the shops that you had perused here. You kind of drift past Sal and Kira's little tailor, and they wave out to you and wave back. Eventually, the day ends. Not because it's gotten dark, but because you just sort of feel exhausted and ready to get some rest. Not that you need it, but it's just sort of time. You get the feeling. Everyone
like
returns. Feels like bedtime. It's pretty much what it is. You return to the morning wood. See Ken finishing up his 12 hours of reading. Have yourself a nice dinner for returning to your rooms and resting. You get your long rest and are awakened the next morning to the sounds of screams and terror.
Saw that coming.
You each kind of like snap up, and as you gather up your gear and your equipment, you hear the shouts of soldiers outside, beckoning and calling for people to stop running to come here. You hear the sounds of steel on flesh, and I'm trying to find better music right now.
No.
Oh, that is not a 17. That is a 7.
Hopefully he took what we said to heart. Hopefully he was prepared.
I'm sure it's fine.
This one, maybe?
All right, now let's fight Titania.
We'll go with Armageddon. I like the name of that one for this.
Armageddon.
So as the sounds of battle
Doom guy rises from the edge.
fill around you, you snap to attention. Oni probably the first one up, shaking or running over to Nick and Aerith's room within the morning wood. Let me actually move you guys onto the map with me. Because we don't have. I was thinking of the map from the other end. Sorry. Oni was in the room with Nick and Aerith because that was how we had it here. And as you guys like wake up, you open the door and knock on Ken and Mia's, and as the two of you are like pulling on your gear and clothes, you can hear the sounds of battle outside. You kind of look at each other and start to head towards the stairs, and as you do, you see Harrow, and he looks up at you and goes, "Our guards are dead. They've been captured. Bestial's calling for you. He needs one last favor."
Let's go.
Okay. You run with him out into the city, and as you do, you run past the summer guards as they are running down people on horseback, on foot. You hear Titania's voice in the distance, emboldened by thaumaturgy. "Bastille, you coward! Get out here! Face me! Pay for your crimes! Pay for your insolence!" Harrow looks to you all and kind of gives you that "we were right, we were wrong" look, and beckons
It's
you.
almost like we were from the future, and he knew this.
It's almost like you knew. You run past as a satyr man is running away and gets cut down by one of the elven blades, and as he falls forward, he hits the ground, bounces off the ground, and his form shifts. His horns grow back into his head, his hooves turn into legs, and he turns into just a guy with white skin and white hair and pure black eyes. And you hear one of the guards shout something, "Yaros, Nanetea!" They run over there and they wrap up his wrists, wrap up his legs, throw him over their shoulder, take him away. You run through. Bastille meets you in the streets, harried as you're following Harrow. "Okay, so you were right. She's definitely a little bit more off the range than I was expecting. I'm going to,
Yeah?
a little bit. I am going to go and see if I can help fix this situation, but I need your help. She's capturing all the changelings. She's taking them prisoner. Please." He looks over his shoulder And as he does, you look past him and you can see a young boy clinging to his back. And beyond him, Sarah holding a baby. Take the children with you. I will open your door and send you back where you came from, but you must take our children, please.
What are you going to do, though?
I will do anything I can. I will apologize. I will prostrate myself. I will do everything to stop this nonsensical slaughter, but I need to know that my son and their child is safe. Will you do this for me? Will you save them? Your friend? Your family?
Alright.
Alright. Thorn, I need you to go with this young man here. He's going to keep you safe, okay? He kind of brushes the boy's hair out of his face. I will find you again, I promise you. Don't trust anyone there. Follow your heart. You're a good boy. Kisses him on the head. Gives him your hand. Sarah runs over to you, Aerith. Please. Just... please. Holds out the baby to you, who seems very scared and at the verge of crying right now.
I'll grab hold of the baby and put my
Okay.
hat on its head, like
Okay.
essentially covering its eyes.
Take the baby, cover their eyes, and as you do, Sarah reaches into her pocket and takes out a small bracelet, and as she secures it around the baby's wrist, Aerith, you look down at it, you can see a single rose dangling as a charm from the bracelet. As you get the child in your arms, and Ken, you take the young boy's hand, there's a as a golden door, complete and respite with light, emerges 20 feet from you. It is glowing with pure golden energy, and on the back of each of your hands, the golden sword is now burning like the noonday sun. What do you do?
Kara,
Yes.
Bastille, Miss Sarah, please. Do what you have to do and come back alive. Your turn is gonna meet you.
We will.
Can't
We
help
will.
them? Why are we leaving?
You look around, Mia, and you see dozens and dozens of Summer Guard. She has hundreds of soldiers. She must have left as soon as we teleported out. It's the only way she could have gotten here fast enough. Our entire city is being overrun. There is nothing you could do, my dear, except this. This enables us to fight. This lets us survive. And this... He looks down at Thorn, looks over at Rose. Means that our people can't die here. You are helping by saving them.
Well, if I summoned like a giant storm to make things difficult to see, would it give people more chance to escape?
Yes, if you could do that, that would help a lot. Anything that could help us.
10 minutes!
Oh my god.
We don't have 10 minutes!
1 minute! Mighty fortress! Just put a fortress in the middle of the thing to mess with them.
The best thing you could do is run. I don't know how long we have until they reach.
Alright, take Gary. Gary can he can do that right now.
Okay. So, do you release him from the sensor, or are you giving him the sensor?
I'm going to give him the sensor.
Okay. As you reach in, you give him the small, chained bowl that emits this smoke. You hand it to him. He looks down at it and kind of gives you a quizzical look, but then shakes his head. I trust I'll know what to do. Thank
His name
you.
is Gary. He shall do his best to help you. Just say Nicholas sent him to help you.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Would the canary help?
Damn it. Alright. Fine.
If I prove to her that I have the
Go.
others, one of the others, then she'll know that you ran with the others. It is good thought, but
Can I make a wall of stone to protect the other people that are running?
sure, absolutely. Can, this entire street gets cut off, and you see as the people that were running away from it kind of like stop and look around. Bastille nods to you. He's like, this will be a good place for us to hide out. Stay safe for right now. A dead end that they can't get to.
Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay. Fine. Fine. Alright. We're leaving.
The door crackles with energy like lightning bolts. Your hands seem to crackle in response. The young boy looks up at you, Ken. Scared. Scared.
Hey. It's gonna be alright. Your father trusts me, so... Hey, would it be alright for you to trust me as well? We're gonna be just fine. Your dad's gonna be just fine. Everything's gonna be just fine.
Squeezes your hand tight, believing anything you would say at this point. Anything else you guys want to do before you head for the door?
Anyone else have any magic they can do to try and assist them?
I don't have anything strong enough.
What do you want
Bastille! You can run, but you can't hide! Your people will pay for your insolence! I will see the changelings wiped off the map of the Feywild! You will pay!
I will cast Seeming on Rose's mother, just to make her look like a summer Eladrin.
Okay. She nods to you. I will make for the edge of the city. Find me, Harrow. Looks to her, kind of takes her like side of the face in his hand, trying to look past the illusion, but your magic is so good. He nods. I always will. She turns and runs. He turns and takes the sword off his back. Turns to Bastille. To the front lines, then. The front lines. And
Can I give Titania one before I leave?
absolutely. You hear a thaumaturgical shit! God! You in particular will pay for that!
You don't know who did that.
You don't know.
Harrow and Bastille run away from the wooden wall, kind of taking a shortcut through the buildings, and as they do, the door crackles and you start to be able to see it like grow three-dimensional, almost like a tunnel. I feel like nobody wants to say you're running in because nobody wants to run in.
I don't want to leave.
What else can we do?
You gotta...
I shove everybody in.
Okay. As Aerith runs forward, baby in arm, turns around, and as you stop, the hat kind of tumbles off to the side, and you can see that the tears are right there, and as they look around and don't see either of their parents. The crying begins. You all see Aerith, and he pleads with you, just staring, and turns and jumps into the golden doorway. You each follow in, Ken bringing behind young Thorn in tow, and as you each jump in through this golden doorway, the last of you, the door behind you and kind of following you like this tunnel. You feel yourselves pulled intently like you're caught in the riptide of a powerful river. This flow of turbulence as you are thrown side to side. Ken, as you are holding on tightly to young Thorn's hand, you feel him beginning to slip. Something from beyond dragging him out of your grasp.
Can any of us help?
There is no
Knowing that-
movement. There's Ken, you try to tighten your grasp, but you have no physical control. You each try to move, but it's like you're frozen watching this happen as you're being transported. At the same time, Aerith, you feel as the young baby, almost like a hand, has reached into your arms. You tighten them as best you can, but similarly your body doesn't move. Baby is plucked free, tumbles into the golden stream around you. You each emerge at the other end. You take a gasp for air and move around, realizing that you can finally move your bodies again. But unfortunately, there is no thorn. There is no rose. They're when they need to be, and where they need to be. From below, you hear, "Go ahead and hide, wanderers! Severin is coming, and when he gets here, he will see you pay." You look around and can see the still crackling and burning body of Mechalenethon, as well as the destroyed corpse of Garrick. No time has passed since you all had left a week ago. And I think that's a good place to end tonight's game.
I regret using my spell slot. I like that music.
That was good music. That was perfect
Right?
for the moment. That got everything all hype.
I
I
hate time travel.
So good. Oh my god. That was so good. I'm sorry you couldn't do anything in the time stream, but that was the one thing that had to happen. I had to take away agency there.
Unless someone wanted to stay behind.
Yeah.
guess, yeah. Thought about it. Probably
I
wouldn't have
did
been a good
think
idea.
Yeah.
Terrible idea. Terrible idea.
Only had the time, but it probably would not have gone good. But it was right there, dude.
That was never even really like a thought in my mind that one of you might choose to stay behind, but that would have been
Definitely
interesting.
wouldn't fuck with things.
Nick was thinking about it. Well, there's already two of me, so
Already fucked things up. It's the worst that could happen.
All Fey times come to an end, guys.
No.
That was an awesome arc. That was so so much fun.
we even warned him. He's like, nah, it can't be that bad. We're
That's not how it
Fey."
works here.
I know.
Oh no, this is how it works here.
I know. I know that it's not as satisfying because you guys did warn him, but it had to go that way for backstory reasons, and it had to
No,
go
it's
that
fine.
way for the Fae, because that's really that was his argument, was from their perspective they don't
Who's he
do
gonna
it. It
who's he
was-
gonna believe? 40 million years of this is how it goes, or 5 random chuckle fucks who showed up and
He-
just like, hey, they're gonna go fuck it up.
He did send out the Summer Guard. They were mowed down by her army.
It's fine.
Don't worry,
Oh.
he's got Gary.
One last thing that I had meant to mention, amidst the chaos, and you guys can change something if you want, but amidst the chaos, Ken, you spotted a familiar hatted figure fighting amidst Titania's troop, who didn't seem to fully agree with the severity of what was happening. There was a little bit of apprehension in the way that you watched as Abyssia joined the fight, as he was there. During the purge of the changelings.
Steal my panties, turn the page. I'll wipe out your entire wrist.
I mean, you know?
She must have
know.
really loved them.
yeah, or was really, really upset. That was the fun. That was like, I was like, I'm gonna make him do a panty raid. Like, from the beginning, it was a panty raid, and I just had to dress it up in all of this, like, filigree. Because it needed to be a panty raid.
I thought it was gonna be something funny for sure because it was Faye, but I did not expect panties.
I could tell by the laugh that caught everybody off guard, and it was just, oh, that was, my heart was so happy. Now you guys are back in the material. Not a
good.
moment has passed. You are still surrounded by the cult of the dragon, and
About to get fucked up by Severin, apparently.
Shoot, we came in with everything online. I feel like it's time to like turn the tables right now. Fuck it.
Yeah, we're probably pissed off as well that happened. So, yeah.
Okay. I will prepare that eventuality so that I am ready for next week.
In case we try to fight Severin one-on-one.
Just in case you try to fight Severin 5v1. Well, it wouldn't even be 5v1. There are like 80 some odd cultists here.
Yeah.
Fireball,
Also has a-
fireball, fireball,
Enough
fireball.
for me.
And we can wipe him out before he gets here.
Sure.
Damn it.
I believe.
Damn it. I'm trying to figure out. Does that mean the time bubble is stabilized and we can actually get to like present time Feywild?
You'll have to find out.
You have to find out. That was my biggest worry is
You have to send
Our-
in Rose and see if we can contact them finally.
our wish never said we wished to fix the time bubble or anything related to the time bubble.
You saved your friends and family, though.
We did. But it doesn't have anything to do with the time bubble, which is kind of
No.
what we were hoping for.
I know.
So
Don't
now
worry.
it's like, no, I'm sure it'll work out.
That's
Fine.
MSQ related.
Don't worry, we just have to kill Severin, and Severin will have an item we need, and then we'll use that item to get
Yeah.
the time bubble.
Yeah,
Sure.
the Time Dragon's Claw.
Yeah.
Now you don't know if I'm fucking with you or serious.
I just assume there's a plan, and we will get there when we get there.
The how you get there is up to you guys, though, and that's really what I am invested in. I had never foreseen, like, the end goal, that scene with Sarnau being besieged, that was my goal. But everything between then, you guys painted so much of that. That heist was, I just created the problems. You had so many spectacular solutions. So, it's such a team effort, and that's why this game's so great.
Managed not to roll terribly so that we didn't fuck it all up. Only a little bit.
Yeah, so
Honestly, you fucked it up more by taking all of her shit, but that's
Yeah.
fine.
She
Couldn't
had
really
fancy
fuck-
shit.
I mean, you knew
Yeah.
that she was going to go to war on the Feywild and purge the changelings, so that was the end result. That eventuality had to come to pass, because to change that would be to change your own timeline.
Yeah.
It's a
And I
great
think
idea.
that's why so many things were just like, no, that can't work. They just can't, because time was like, hey, it's important that you're here, but it's important that you follow the rules. Because,
Don't fuck up too much.
well, now that you guys are through it, we had always had this question, me and Gina especially, with Rose's backstory. How did they end up in Baldur's Gate? Rose's story was always that they were found as an infant on the streets of Baldur's Gate, and were taken in by a church, and not treated particularly well, and so they ended up running away when they were at a young enough age to, and living on their own on the streets. Now we know how Rose got to Baldur's Gate.
poor Thor, but he's like, don't worry, you can trust me. Immediately loses child.
Instantly, immediately.
Because he ends up in the material in a completely different place, and then through
Goes to
his
jail.
own stupid shit magic and his own bad luck, gets arrested by the Gith Yankee,
And then goes to prison.
and ends up in Tunaroth in the Three Sorrows. Boy does not have an easy life. Like, there's a reason he's pretty insane. Like, he's not entirely hinged. He's a
Man, this
paladin
boy
of
who is. I feel
He's
like all of our
great.
parts going along that route at this point. We've seen some shit. Everybody's struggling to come to terms with a lot of the nonsense that we've been through.
Yep.
Now we know we're partially to blame. Our homie Rose and our new homie Thorn's trauma.
Oh yeah,
just,
we're gonna tell Rose that, like, hey,
I was just thinking that. Just wait until you meet Rose again, and you can say, "Hey, guess what? I was the one that saved you."
or like we're also the one that got everything fucked up as well.
You can legitimately blame that on Bastille. Bastille will even take full responsibility for all of that. That is a very. I fucked up.
Oops.
You were right. I fucked up. Oh boy.
I feel like if
Now-
Robert was there, he'd be like, just kill them all. Kill them all.
It was really hard not to say like, let's go fucking fight. Let's go
Yeah.
back
I
them
know.
up. It took everything. I'm glad everybody was kind of on the same page too. Nobody wanted to be like, okay, let's go. Let's just leave.
Yeah, well that
I feel like if you didn't put the children in our hands, we'd be like, fight. Let's fight.
that's why they needed to give you a victory. You had to have something to win. And that's to them that is the most important victory is their children. Making sure that Rose and Thorn can escape. That was in that moment when you took them and Harrow saw Aerith holding Rose. Nothing else mattered. He knew that he could be captured. He could die and wake up in some hole. He knew he could potentially never see Sarah again. And those things, in that moment, they crushed him. But he looked over and saw his child and knew that they'd be safe. And grabbed his sword to the front line.
Now I'm depressed.
I don't know. They got Gary. Gary can.
They do have
just one of the ones.
They got Gary. Archie is not. I mean, he is an archfey, and that's Rook. That's like Bastile's friend. Well, I guess he's not really an archfey. Bastile is powerful, and he will try to solve this peaceably. But you all know how it ends up, and you won't really know how it all goes down until you get back to the Feywild and can see what happened to Bastile's house. When you go to try to dig up a book.
Yeah, but conveniently, now we know that Thorn only saw the lead up, so that contingency of changelings and his dad could still be alive somewhere. Harrow might be fighting a good fight. There might be an underground rebellion going on.
The last thing you heard from Thorn was that he had found another changeling, and heard that his dad was alive and in hiding, and that he needed to get back to the Feywild to save him.
Who knows? Maybe Gary saved him.
Who knows?
So we just got to go back at current time and save that motherfucker.
All right, plane shift. Back to the Feywild.
Really just like, all right, go back. The other thing is, Ken, as you re-emerged into the cave, the doorway was gone, and the very first thing you heard as you all were like thrown out of this river-like portal was the sound of a simple iron sword clattering to the ground. As the luck blade is no longer a luck blade, it is just a sword.
Damn it.
I mean, that's to be expected. We use the
Yeah.
wish.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You had me worried when you said the sound of just a simple iron sword hitting the ground. I thought you were gonna immediately throw like a horseshoe-sized fucking wrench into Snickersnack, bro.
Yeah.
After everything we just did.
I didn't intend for you to take him into the present now. I intended for you to maybe find him in the now, but how he gets to the now doesn't matter. And that's one of those, like, my end goal was for the party to have Snickersnack. You have Snickersnack. You wrote the path as to how you got Snickersnack, and it was fucking incredible.
Just got him 20 years early.
Yeah. Now you just have him a little early. Though that's D&D. I love it.
All right, who wants to do ascending to Rose just to see if the barrier's down really quick?
I'll try.
The last thing that you do, Aerith, is you send out ascending. It reverberates back at you as they are still in their little pocket and unreachable.
All right, Aerith, we gotta combine our intelligence and figure out how to break the barrier. Use your +6 and my +7. With our numbers combined.
We can uncover a truth that even the gods don't know.
Captain
Hopefully.
Planet. I mean, wait.
If only I had that nat 20, I would use that for that.
You had some fire fucking
Right?
portents for the period that we
We
had
don't
no
really
rolls
need
at
them.
all.
I know.
It was just narrative bullshitting.
Oh well, I gave Titania 2 nat ones.
You
so.
did. You did. She had a couple of very unfortunate moments with some courtiers that had to be remedied.
You made her even more mad.
Probably.
That was fun.
Oh, yeah, now we're back in real life.
Like,
At
feels
least
like
we're not
forever since we've
missing
been here.
too many resources.
I
Right.
mean, I think I'm just missing Gary and a spell slot.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think I used Gary too much. I think I only used him once.
Yeah, that's all I can really remember. It was down in the Underdark.
Mm-hmm. Gary's mostly a friend.
Yeah, he's just cool.
We like Gary. I mean, technically, I'm pretty sure I can summon him back if I just cast the spell, Summon Elemental.
You could reach out for Gary in particular and be like, "Hey,
Come here.
how'd that guy treat you? Did he treat you well?" Wah, 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 wah.
Actually, I could ask him what happened in the Feywild.
Could be a good story.
See if he, if anyone made it out. Alright, how are we gonna deal with these 80 cultists and then possibly Severin?
Severin.
Do we just want to blow up the cultists first and then wait for Severin, or how do we want to do this?
Well, I mean, you guys got all your spell slots back. Part of the issue was we didn't have a lot of resources. You can just teleport us out. You can just leave.
That is true.
Yeah, we could just go.
But we could have a lot more fun trying to fight a bunch of cultists. You know.
What level's Meteor Storm?
I think it's ninth level.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yo.
Oh, wait. But one's level is Inferno Cloud, or whatever it's called.
It's also
Incendiary
ninth, I
Cloud?
think. It's either 8th or 9th.
It's 8th, I believe.
That one would be good.
But you-
Incendiary Cloud.
That's the thing
It-
Strahd
Those
hit
are
us
pretty
with.
good, yeah.
Aerith, take half
8th
your
level.
health real quick
No,
and
no,
then
no.
turn the gold canary into an adult dragon and send it at him.
No, he hit us
Strahd-
with Death Cloud.
Yeah, he hit us with
Or
Death
Cloud
Cloud, or yeah, Cloud Kill,
Yeah.
but we were immune to it because it was poison, and we had
That's
to
right. That's right. That's right.
Yeah, it does 10d8 fire damage.
Mhm. Oh, it does more than that. And then it continues
Incendiary
to
Cloud?
like. Well, it does that damage and it stays and it
Mhm.
moves.
Yeah, and then it moves.
But it doesn't like. It can stay for up to a minute. So if you go back into that shit, that's rough.
Oh, yeah. And technically,
Yeah,
if someone's
in
pushing the
Fox-
wind, they could also change the direction.
in Fox's first one shot, I couldn't do anything because I kept going down with
Yeah.
Incendiary Cloud.
Oh yeah, that was the red dragon.
The red dragon with the kobold inside of it.
Cobalt inside.
The one that hit us with a blast that we all stood and just looked at like,
Huh.
what is that? What is going on?
Also,
Bah!
half of us got feared.
Activate
And we
Operation
couldn't-
Club. Go, go, go.
We couldn't do shit because we couldn't shake off the fear.
That also, yeah.
Honestly, if you could, we could yell at them, be like, taunt them, and get them all in like a group, and then one of us puts up like a wall around them. Like Mia puts up a wall, and then one of us does incendiary cloud, just wipe out all of them really quick.
Layer
We're
incendiary
getting-
cloud with sickening radiance.
We're getting into some Nazi war crime areas.
But
They're
Geneva
cultists.
Convention hasn't been
It
invented
doesn't
yet.
exist here, so yeah, I'm down for it.
Yeah, just put up a wall of force, Nick, and then we can drop incendiary cloud and sickening radiance, and sure we got
Yeah.
some other stuff too.
And that would kill the 80, and then when Severin gets here, it's feeble mind him.
Kick him in the
mental prison.
yeah, yeah, both.
That'll work. 100%.
Now, punch him in the mouth.
Yeah.
So what we do is we force him to use his legendary resistances, is what we do first. And then we feeble mind him.
That's always your plan. Do you know what happens between trying to force
Yeah,
those failed
yeah.
saves and
You know what?
actually failing all those
We end up
saves?
Or
killing
I can
them
make him
before we do
dance and he
anything.
can't do anything about it.
Or they kill you.
Or yeah, one hit will probably kill me. That is true.
Hey, I'm all down if you want to fight. I knew like my whole plan was start out attacks in the morning, right after you guys had woken up. I wanted to have you woken up to the chaos of it all. That was part of like the narrative, so I knew you would be coming back with all your stuff. And if you want to fight, I can't stop you from wanting to fight cultists. 'Cause that's literally in your blood at this point.
I'm fine with fighting them. I don't care if I die too. I got way too many backup characters in my head.
Like 3 of us could die, and I would say honestly 2 now, because if Mia dies, Ken's gonna be heartbroken. But we got other guys that can come in, you know. We got our OG boy. But
We got a bunch
gotta-
of people in the background like tag me in.
Yeah, we gotta keep Ken and Aerith alive, bare minimum.
Oh yeah.
That was why they had the children. That's why they had Thorn and Rose.
What
Yeah,
if we just pulled all
sure.
like a bunch of changelings with us into that gate?
That would
Hey,
be funny.
Listen,
Scatter them across the
these
multiverse.
kids will help, sure, but what if we have like a handful of adults that could get started on repopulating immediately?
I was this close to like force plane shifting Sarah out and see what happens with that, but I didn't want to.
Get out of here, Mom!
Yeah.
I mean,
Get
at
out.
least Eric disguised her, so that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gave her a good disguise so she
You
could
did.
get out because
You
she's
did
not.
that, and then I was gonna do it to Harrow instead, and I was just like, "Nah, he would hate that."
Yeah, he does not want. He wants to fight.
Yeah.
There's a reason that when Thorn made an oath, he made an oath to chaos. They don't take order very well, and Titania in recent times has been very authoritarian, and for them, this is that final straw. Bastille will apologize, if only to just mitigate the damage, but they're
That fire's
basically-
already
they're-
been lit.
yeah, they're at war now. That it's done. Because she's already gone beyond what he would have thought is a reasonable response for what he did.
All they did was take some panties.
All we did was
Listen,
steal
you
your
can have
fancy
them
undies.
back.
The sword didn't even like you.
Right? It was really tired of you, and you know it talked to her all the time.
You had a book and a statue. Let it go.
But the harp was my best friend. On nights when I sat alone with no one to warm my bed, I would strum that harp and listen to its soothing voice, and it would bring me such comfort.
Yeah,
And
that's
you
not
stole
creepy,
it from me.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot about the harp.
Oh yeah, he's here too.
The harp didn't really seem particularly perturbed about leaving you, so.
Neither one of them really
Not
cared.
after my singing, apparently.
No, that was godly levels of singing. That was a 30. That was beautiful. I know. All right, I'm gonna go get us some dinner going. Chill for the rest of the night.
Next week, I believe I will be gone.
Okay.
I'm sure yes, I will be gone, but I don't think I'll have that happen again.
Oh.
So,
You
Is
too.
this
that
like-
should be the last. Yes, I'm free. I will be
Yes.
free.
Free.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! I mean, like,
Freedom! Sorry.
do we want to try to do another like shorter game on Sunday and pick it up after you've been able to get home and had dinner, and then we can just play for 3
Yeah,
hours
that's-
instead of 4?
That should
Yeah.
work for me as well.
Yeah, I can dig it.
I like that. That sounds good to me.
Heck yeah.
Alright, guys. Well, I will catch you all next week. Talk to you between now and then. And everybody, have a great night.
Have a night.
Yeah, take it easy. Did you just say have a night?
He did.
Have a good night. Me no speak good.
Our no know how speak.
Exactly.
Good night, all.
Yeah, real smart.
Take it easy.
Good night.